A coveted trophy, a title worth fighting for, and a field that will put up a great fight. It takes a certain type of person to win on the PGA Tour.
We're about to add Adam Scott to the history here.
Yeah. It's official.
Justin Thomas takes the title at Kapalua.
Super Sunday for Webb Simpson.
But it takes an even stronger determination to become a world golf champion.
Rory McIlroy is the WGC HSBC champion.
And for the second time in 3 years, Dustin Johnson is the king of Mexico.
And that does it. Kevin Kisner, the champion.
This is Mexico City, and this is the World Golf Championship.
It is a perfect day just outside Mexico City at the first World Golf Championship event of the year, the WGC Mexico Championship, being staged here for the 4th straight year at Golf Club Chapultepec. 7 of the top 10 ranked players in the world, including #1, and he's on top once again. He's gotten used to that spot, continuing a torrid streak of play as Rory McIlroy had an eagle at the 11th, his second hole of the day, 4-way tie for the lead, including Corey Connors, as we take you out live to the 7th, and Justin Leonard with a call there.
Thank you, Dan. Corey Connors after birdies at 2 and 4 here at the 237-yard par 3. Oh, it just paints the edge of that tree, finds the right side of the green. He'll be pleased with that. We'll go back to 1.
And a short par 4 start here as I'm joined by Paul Azinger here in our 18th tower.
Drivable par 4. You don't even need a driver. Beautiful putt for Webb Simpson. One of the easiest starting holes on the PGA Tour last year, and looks like again this year as well.
And over to the 16th, then Gary Koch. Gary.
Thank you very much, Dan. Second shot here at the par 4 for Billy Horschel. Most of the players lay up off the tee, short of 2 fairway bunkers as the fairway narrows in that area. Hole location today all the way in the back portion of the green, upper level, and that is well done by Horschel, so he'll have a good chance to get to 2 under par.
All right, so just underway here in the first round. The scoring has been good, and many players expecting it to maybe get to the 20 under number or so at this World Golf Championship, the WGC Mexico Championship, just getting started.
The International Federation of PGA Tours proudly presents the race for the 2020 FedEx Cup. Today, live first round coverage of the 2020 World Golf Championships Mexico Championship. From Mexico City, first round coverage of the WGC Mexico Championship from the Club de Golf Chapultepec, northwest of Mexico City. It's a picture-perfect day for golf. Sun shining in Mexico City, 75 degrees, sunny, light breeze. You can't ask for better conditions. We're about 7,600 feet above sea level as well. Distance control will be key throughout the weekend. Early leaderboard, Tyrrell Hatton, Corey Connors, Gary Woodland, and the world's #1 player, Rory McIlroy, all tied at 2 under. And then a handful of players at 1 under. And Rory McIlroy, the new #1 player in the world, off to a good start today in Mexico City in round 1.
A narrow, very demanding kind of course. We have to figure altitude into all sorts of plays as we check out world #1. Rory McIlroy at the 14th and Roger Maltby with this group. Technical problems with Roger's mic there as McIlroy comes up short at the 14th, off to a 2 under start based on the strength of that eagle that he made at the par 5 11th. Over at the 16th, Gary.
And this was just earlier, Dan. A lengthy birdie putt for Rafa Cabrera Bello. Certainly not one you expect to make on these greens that tend to be rather tricky, some 35 feet So that goes down, and Cabrera-Bello gets back to even par. And now live, we've got Billy Horschel with a great chance, Paul, to tie the lead at 2 under.
Sure is. Cabrera-Bello didn't have any trouble with those shadows there, Gary.
No, little right to left break. Yeah, got it. So Horschel, who's already had 3 top 10 finishes in this season, moves to 2 under.
And he's tied there at the top as we check out our leaderboard, brought to you by Callaway and the new Maverick drivers. You've got 5 strong at 2 under, including McIlroy, the U.S. Open champion Gary Woodland, Horschel, Tyrrell Hatton, and the Canadian Corey Connors. An eclectic field from all corners of the globe assembled here. Bubba Watson off to a good start, 1 under through 7, and we showed you Webb Simpson also at that 1 under number as well. Sergio Garcia, Lee Westwood, who got into the win column, a popular win earlier this season in this field. As we go out to the 14th, where Gary Woodland drove it in the trees, came out to this point, so now playing his 3rd shot as we check in again with Roger Maltby. Roger, you're out there, right?
Yes, I am, Dan.
You're working now.
Well, I'm working now. Woodland drove it wildly left into the trees and played a very risky shot through a very small hole in those trees and got it up here in front of the green. Now I got a pitch with plenty of green to work with, and the green slopes toward him, so not a tough pitch shot.
This is the part of his game that really improved last year, last couple years actually. It got him a U.S. Open victory. And a beautiful shot there.
Oh, man, he might make it. So a tap-in par for Woodland, who flirted with another birdie. He birdied 11 and 12, off to a red-hot start. As we check in with Billy Horschel off of this beautiful par 3, the 17th, 175 yards.
That hole stuck over there on that left-hand side. The water should not be in play at all here today. But it's still, yeah, one of those flags you go right at, and that's kind of what the players are going to deal with all week here with the altitude adjustments, is getting the yardage right.
And back over to the 7th.
And Corey Connors from this right part of the green. 2 under par, picked up his first victory on the PGA Tour last year at the Valero Texas Open. Nice effort there from long distance.
And back over here at 14 for McIlroy, his 3rd.
A little shorter, but pretty much the same shot that Woodland just faced, but this one's going to run out.
McIlroy was in the hunt last year, wasn't able to catch a red-hot Dustin Johnson. By the way, Dustin Johnson off to a slow start. We'll update you on the 2-time champion of this event in just a moment, but we go back to 7.
Matt Kuchar here with his 2nd from just over the green, coming off a double bogey at 6. Gets 1 back here at 7. 2 doubles so far on the day.
And as we arrive at another World Golf Championship, Zinger, you get the sense that we're getting closer indeed to the heart of the PGA Tour season.
Oh, yeah.
The big events are looming here, and then just around the corner they seem to get bigger and better. But this golf course has always been very tricky. This is just the 4th time they played here at Golf Club Chapultepec. So you're dealing with narrow fairways, little corridors out there, but the altitude is the big strategic thing here.
It really is, and I just heard this morning that yesterday Bryson flew one, according to his TrackMan, 397 yards on the driving range. They're going to factor in 10 to 20% here, depending on the length of shot, Dan. And you're right, it's like driving it through a city block on every hole with the skyscrapers on both sides. You know, every week on tour, for the most part, it seems like a bomber's paradise. But not so much here. It's a little more of an accuracy fest because it's so tight. And a lot of the holes make you feel like you just want to go dink. But then all of a sudden, Dustin Johnson and McIlroy are going boom, and they're hitting drivers over the corners, and they're just making a mockery of the course. At least they did last year. We'll see what happens this year.
All right, Dustin Johnson after that slow start, by the way, speaking of DJ, +3 in the early going, so we'll see if DJ can come back and maybe contend for a 3rd title here at this WGC Mexico Championship. You've already heard from Gary Koch and Justin Leonard, our whole announcers. Also Roger Maltby, Nota Begay, and Bones Mackay on the ground here at Chapultepec, and Steve Sands talking to the players after they complete their first rounds. And back over to 14, Tommy Fleetwood playing with Woodland and McIlroy, this for par.
Trying to save par, drove it in the right trees, played it over the green, pitched past the hole, and will suffer a bogey 5, it appears.
So Fleetwood will fall to +2. This was just earlier over at the 2nd. Lee Westwood, oldest player in the field.
what a big win for him a few weeks back.
A popular win at that.
It was, and you know, sometimes you think a guy like Westwood, he's just getting too old to compete anymore, but every once in a while these guys will get a fire lit up under them.
Yeah, won in Abu Dhabi. Yep. At the HSBC Championship at the age of 46, still showing he can win. And this guy, McIlroy, one of the hottest players in the world, coming in, trying to keep this string of hot finishes going.
There shouldn't be a whole lot in this putt. Boy, look how delicate that is. And on Poana grass, I tell you what, it's hard to roll that ball that smoothly. What a warm-up Rory McIlroy had this morning. We were in awe watching him hit 3 woods on the practice ground. It's just unbelievable.
Over to 15.
Dustin Johnson with his 3rd bones.
Yeah, just trying to turn this ship around. He had a poor chip on the last hole and then poor one again here. He is not feeling it at the moment.
Yeah, this whole location located on the upper level on the right-hand side. That's going to feed all the way back down to the front edge of the green. So now a 5-way tie for the lead. Rory McIlroy, one of our leaders. We'll be right back from Mexico City.
Let's go to 18. Sean Norris. Scuffling early today. This is for par. Delicate shot up within just a few inches, in fact. Nice read. Tap in. This is Fox. Ryan Fox rolls it in from New Zealand with a birdie. Fox has an athletic pedigree. His father, a former rugby union player, Grant Fox, a member of the All Blacks team that won the Rugby World Cup in 1987. And here is Billy Horschel. He's on the 17th. And this is a big par putt coming. A lot of meat left on the bone here for Horschel. No problem. Early look at the leaderboard from Chapultepec. 5-way tie at the top. They're starting some on the back, starting some on the front today. Bunch of players stacked up at 1 under. Some of the top players in the world here in Mexico City.
Golf Club Chapultepec, a fascinating history. It opened in 1921, designed by brothers Willie and Alex Smith, both U.S. Open champions and both from Carnoustie, Scotland. Ended up here in Mexico City. You see the yardage there, 73.55 for the 2nd straight week on the PGA Tour. Kikuyu grass, some tees, fairways in the rough, the greens Poana, but it's all about that sea level there, elevation 7,800 plus feet. Players and caddies will be dealing with that all week long. And then not only dealing with altitude, but elevation, Zing, as you take a look here, the first tee and then down to the 14th green is some 210-foot drop. So you got to factor that in as well.
Well, and in this altitude, you know, they have to walk back uphill towards the clubhouse, which will possibly be a factor on Sunday as they go uphill the last 4 holes.
And back out to the action at 15.
And while we are away, this is Abraham Answer for Eagle. Drove it in the left rough, got a fairway wood to trundle up to the front of the green. Putting up 2 different large slopes in the green. This is pretty well judged. They'll have a lot of support here this week. One of 2 Mexicans in the field. Abraham Answer along with Carlos Ortiz to 17.
This was Ryan Fox for birdie, just from the back edge of the green. And that's how you play that one. And that takes a little bit of the sting out of the double that he just made at 16. Again, this group, which features Billy Horschel as well, started at the 10th, so just getting ready to make the turn. You saw him fly it over the green. This surface gets really hard on this par 3, Zing, and it's tough to get it close, so Horschel able to save it, remain at 2 under and tied at the top, locked with 4 other players. Over at the 5th, this is a birdie attempt for Ches Reavie to join the group at 2 under.
Reavie got out here early, had a good warm-up. Hot putter helps.
And playing this WGC Mexico Championship for the 4th time. 3rd time here in Mexico, so Ches knows his way around here. And back over to Dustin Johnson.
Yeah, for par here at the par 5. Not used to seeing him with a par putt of this length, Bones.
No, a little bit slick here, and glad to get that one out of the way. Dustin's got to get something going. He does have the option on 16 of possibly driving it near the green, but he's very flat at the moment.
Just can't get anything going so far today. Abraham Ancer will try and clean up his birdie putt.
Justin, you mentioned his ties here to the folks here in Mexico City out here watching this afternoon, and I tell you what, he got a huge ovation on the last hole just for a quality lag. So they are firmly behind this young man, and making birdie here will certainly get him going certainly closer in the direction he wants to in terms of getting towards under par.
Well, there's the support you're talking about. Nice birdie here at the par 5.
Yeah, just
a little bit of momentum going.
Yeah, it doesn't get much more pressurized than playing with Tiger Woods like he did last year in the early going, as we take a look at our first Pacific Live summary in the 74th edition of the World Golf Championship all time. Mexico, the 5th different country to host this event. Mentioned that it's the 4th year that the players have gotten a good look at Chapultepec here. And you talked about Ancer and Ortiz, 2 players for the first time representing Mexico in the field this week. You know, if play ended right now, they would be your Olympic representatives for Mexico later this summer in Tokyo. So that could be a big moment for them as well later this summer. Adam Scott, the winner at Riviera last week at the first, just getting things going. Very short par 4. Drivable, and Adam Scott showing the same kind of touch he showed on the tough Riviera greens last week.
Well, in the same grass here as that we had last week, that Kikuyu grass is mind-boggling to the players, but the Poana greens, I think a lot of players avoid this if they're not used to it, but Adam Scott loves Poana grass.
Back over to 15.
And Gary Woodland with his 2nd shot coming up the hill, Roger.
Yeah, got 240 left to the hole. The hole cut an extreme right-hand side, protected by a bunker in front of it. Only 3 paces of green to the right of it, so literally got to keep the ball left of the hole here in toward the center of the green, I think.
Yeah, left of the hole, maybe a little deep in the green. Plenty of green to work with from the back edge, just over. Likes to move the ball left to right, should suit his eye.
Well, this is turning left at the left side.
Well, plenty of green to work with, but he's got a couple of pretty severe ridges he's going to have to deal with. Go back to 1.
And this is Carlos Ortiz for birdie.
Well, he asked Abraham Ancer about the nerves and how he's dealt with it in the last year and a half or so, and you know, Abraham Ancer said some success in front of Tiger Woods was big for him. Making the cut in the President's Cup was huge for Abraham Ancer, I feel, and so just really the experience of being in those pressure situations is the only answer you can give Ortiz.
To 15 again.
And Tommy Fleetwood trying to figure out his 2nd here.
And 226. They've got some helping breeze, and it might be just a little bit from left to right as well. But a shot that plays uphill coming in downwind, it's just going to be hard to hold it if you go anywhere near at the hole. I just don't think you can do that.
And you're going to see the caddies go to those yardage books many, many times this week, Justin. There's a lot of calculations going on with those guys, with their players trying to give them the right club and the right advice.
Yeah, and you've really got to adjust on the fly, too, as the wind picks up or the temperature gets up a little bit. It's there's just a lot of math going on this week.
Yeah, he's playing a shot right to left, and it's going to go at the left center of the green. See if that might go through the green.
Just skipped through, avoided the bunker. Not too bad from that position.
And Justin, we mentioned the calculating of the distances at these high altitudes. Well, Denver, the mile-high city, just 5,280 feet. Here in Mexico City, Zing, more than 7,800 feet. And that will have you kind of scratching your head at some shots. But there you go. You add 10% at the mile-high altitude. These are pretty much the average percentages that you add. You add 15% as far as it's going to go that much further than normal altitude.
I think they're adding close to 20% off the tee. I know Rory McIlroy is, and here he is at 15.
He only had 175 left. He outdrove Woodland by 65 yards and Fleetwood by 49 yards. That's one of the longest drives I've ever seen. Discrepancy from your fellow playing competitors.
Well, just to continue these caddies, Harry Diamond walking alongside Rory McIlroy. I took a picture of his little cheat sheet, so to speak, and you see 25 degrees on top there. That's 25 degrees Celsius, which equals about 77 degrees Fahrenheit, which is the temperature today. So if the temperature changes, he's got to change all these numbers which go alongside the various clubs. The 60 degree goes 118 for Rory today, all the way up to the driver, 360 on the right side there. So
yeah, it's a complicated week for the players and the caddies. Some of the players don't even want the actual number. They just want the adjusted yardage. Gary Woodland is one of those guys.
This is 9. Bubba Watson over here, just off the green, playing a delicate shot here. And Bubba.
Nice little birdie chip there for Bubba Watson.
Moves to 2 under. And all of a sudden, we've got 7 players tied at 2 under with Bubba's chip in at the 9th. 3 birdies for Bubba on the opening side here at Chapultepec. Rory McIlroy trying to continue doing his thing. #1 ranked player in the world, bombing it around Chapultepec at the WGC Mexico Championship.
This is the par 4 16th. Xander Schauffele's 3rd shot, just off the green. It'll drift a little bit right and a few feet left for a par for the man who is 13th in the FedEx Cup rankings currently. Billy Horschel on 18, a par 4, his 2nd shot from the fairway. Horschel, a former FedEx Cup champion from 2014. A little shy of the green. Let's go to Paul Casey with a long putt. This will have to turn. Good pace. And a little too much, in fact. Leaves about 3 feet. For the Englishman, 22nd in the official world golf ranking. Rafa Cabrera Bello at the 18th. That's clean. He'll have a good look at it. Still moving a bit. He tied 17th last week at the Genesis Invitational. The Spaniard is in good shape in the 1st round. Let's go to 16, Kevin Kisner for birdie. Didn't turn enough for him. He's got about 2 feet left. We look at the leaderboard early in the 1st round of the WGC Mexico Championship, and a lot of folks tied at 2 under for the lead. Hatton, Watson, Horschel, Connors, Woodland, McIlroy, and Reavie. Billy Horschel among those at the top early.
Back here at this WGC Mexico Championship, 3rd shot for Billy Horschel at the 18th, getting ready to make the turn with his group, part of that big group at 2 under, and a nice touch by Billy.
Sure was. He made that look easy. Looked like he'd hit some kind of little low skidder, but he just plopped it up in the air. That was beautiful.
Back over to 15.
And Rory McIlroy's got it in the middle of the green. This for eagle putting up the hill, Raj.
Yeah, he's coming up the hill and he'll cross a little ridge in the green about 15 feet short of the hole. I would think would work to his right some as it comes across that ridge. Didn't move much.
Didn't move much, and well judged for pace.
Pretty easy birdie there, Justin, on that 15th hole straight up the hill. And what a drive, huh?
Well, when you hit it 380 down the middle, it does tend to make things a little bit easier, Zing.
Uphill, too.
Well, Rory and the stellar group teed off earlier just before noon local time. So if you didn't tune in to the earlier highlights on PGA Tour Live, we'll show them to you. This was the eagle that we talked about for Rory, produced by his second shot at the 11th from 274 yards.
Impossible to appreciate that shot unless you're here. Those trees are 40 to 50 feet high that he came in over the top of with that long iron.
And then converting the eagle. And that is how Rory got the 2 under in a hurry. And once again, that from earlier today. So you got to get PGA Tour Live to catch up on all that stuff even before we come on the air. At NBC Sports Gold for exclusive early round coverage, featured groups, speed rounds, and more, you visit NBCSports.com/PGA Tour. And back after the action at 8, Gary.
And here at the longest par 4 on the golf course, Corey Connors with this putt for a par. Second shot was just short of the green. So a nice up and down. This 8th was the hardest hole on the golf course last year. So anytime you can make a par there, you've done well. We go back to 15.
And Gary Woodland, after his pitch from the left side of the green, has this left for birdie.
After watching Rory's putt, I don't think this is going to do much. Maybe left edge, inside left edge.
And Gary Woodland moves to 3 under par. We have a two-way tie for the lead, playing in the same group. Have the short 16th coming up. We'll be back from the WGC Mexico Championship.
We head to the par 3 17th, and Paul Casey, the Englishman, 22nd in the official world golf ranking. The pin is back right today. He's out to the left, and that's a long birdie putt coming for Casey. Sungjae Im with a birdie putt. Currently 10th in the FedEx Cup rankings. It turned a bit early on him, and that'll leave about 3 or 4 feet to go. Here's Schauffele. Back at 17. Even today. Started on the back. This is right on line, and a pretty good look at it for Schauffele. That'll leave him about 20 feet or so. Patrick Reed at the 14th with a long look at birdie. Drifted right at the last moment. That'll leave a tap in for Patrick Reed. Kisner at 17. Drifting to the right a bit. This will jump off the edge of the green and not too far away. Two players now at 3 under lead the way, including the world's #1 player, Rory McIlroy, and Gary Woodland. Handful bunched up at 2 under. Early play in Mexico.
So many great sights here in Mexico City. Alameda Central, you can add that to the list. It is a park in downtown created in the 1500s by Luis de Velasco. It is a large park, well maintained, beautiful gardens, walking paths, fountains, statues, lively every day, but the weekend brings out the biggest crowds there as the food stands pop up and the vendors set up shop. As we go out to the second, Adam Scott looking for another birdie, nota begay with this group.
Yeah, had a great opportunity just short of the green in two and just kind of hit a squirrely chip. It kind of worked to the left a bit and left him a little more than he wanted.
This is Tyrrell Hatton at the 10th. Second shot of the 463-yard par 4 from 131.
Took advantage of that simple first hole with a birdie and a birdie at 5.
Hatton up to a good start, 2 under on his opening 9. And looking for another one there at 10.
Yep, right below the hole.
And back over to the second, Nota.
Yeah, walking up to this ball, Zinger, really disappointed. Only about 18 yards from the front edge of the green. Perfect lie in the fairway and just misjudged that second hop. And instead of checking, it skidded and consequently left with about 10 or 12 feet for his 3.
Yeah, the Poan is so weird. You never know really what kind of reaction you're going to get when the ball lands. And that's part of the tricky aspect of playing on this surface. He does well on Poan. He has in the past. He's won at Torrey Pines.
And he's done well here as well. Zinger, he kind of treats this like a home game with a Spanish-speaking crowd out there. And speaking of the global field here, 19 countries represented in this championship. And the field is stellar. A few guys elected to sit out, including Tiger Woods, Brooks Koepka, but still 42 of the top 50 in the rankings around the world here. 16 major champions. You've got 5 FedEx Cup champs, 6 winners on the European Tour this season as well. So you're going to get a chance to see some names and some games that you don't often get a chance to see on a regular basis out here. As we check in with Ortiz, and we were earlier remarking about how he and Answer are the 2 representatives if it ended up now for the Olympics. This guy calls this appearance in this championship a dream come true. He was a spectator here, watching his good friend Answer here before he finally made it into the field. He was born in Guadalajara, now makes his residence in the United States. 28-year-old Carlos Ortiz. Over to 16.
And his good friend Abraham Answer with a good look at a birdie here.
He took driver off the tee, very aggressive play, wedge to this spot. A slick putt.
Yes. Well done. That'll get the crowd excited.
2 in a row, Gary.
Well, what a climb up the world rankings, Paul, for this guy. 5 years ago, he was ranked 1,231st in the world, and now he is 28th. Steady improvement.
Meteoric rise.
Yeah, unbelievable. Just a grinder. Just keeps working hard at it. Let's go back to the fairway. Tommy Fleetwood and his caddy trying to calculate the numbers, Roger.
Better they do it than I do it.
Well, we'll look at it here. Actual yardage is 180, so we'll take off 15%. So plays 154, but it's back uphill some 35 feet, so you've got to factor that in as well. And well, we come up with 167 yards. Let's see what they do.
And a little bit of a helping breeze coming up this hill.
Oh, good.
So that's the good news.
Is it just me, or does this event seem tailor-made for Bryson DeChambeau and all the calculations?
Well, either that or there's so many numbers, Dan, his head will explode. I don't know. Because he likes to control things, and I'm not sure you can control all of this.
He also likes to try to figure it out, too, right?
Yeah. Here's a good look at what the players are looking at here. As we said, 35 feet uphill to the green. So all 3 players have elected to lay up short of these fairway bunkers, which most of the players do. Really not an easy shot, Roger, with the hole cut up on that upper level. Can't really see the putting surface as we'll watch Fleetwood's approach using top tracer.
He's got to carry a good solid 15 yards into the green, Gary, and then he's only got another 5 or 10.
He gets it to stop, and that is powered by Top Golf, that top tracer.
Yep.
And that was beautifully done. All right, we'll look at Rory's adjusted yardages. 176 the actual, 151 with the altitude, and the uphill 162 yards.
So Gary, you're a player. I mean, what's the simplest information you want from your guy? I mean,
I want an idea of what we think it's playing.
That's here.
That's all I need.
Right.
I don't need all the other numbers. I've got to sense it. I've got to feel it, and go with the number my caddy gives me.
Yeah, I don't think the caddy should be pulling the club. They should be trying to decide what it's playing. And that's a pretty good shot for Rory. Hung it out a little bit.
Or saying, well, we're going to add 15% here, and then we've got this 35-foot rise. We're going to, it's playing this.
Give me the number.
And let's pull the trigger.
All right, Woodland next play.
This from 170, actual number, not all factored, and that's just right of the hole.
Yeah, gets it to stop. That's a good shot. That upper level of the green, generally very firm.
Pretty good distance control by all three of those.
Absolutely.
Fellas.
So we go to 17.
And Abraham Answer on the tee of the 175-yard par 3.
And also, Dan, the thing about this altitude is if you hit it solid really high, it goes 20% farther. If you hit it solid low, it only goes 10% farther. So you have to know the trajectory you want to hit it on. And that was a fantastic shot.
Yeah, that'll wake up the fans here in the early going here. One of the great spots of the course as Answer looks for 3 birdies in a row as we play through from this WGC Mexico Championship.
We go to the 10th. Tyrrell Hatton for birdie and the co-lead. He left it shy. And that much left for a par. Hatton didn't like it off the putter face. Taps it in. Still early today. A good start for him, though. This is the 9th hole, and it's Corey Connors lining up for a par putt. The Canadian attended Kent State University in Ohio. He was a winner last year at the Valero Texas Open on the PGA Tour. Delicate swing. And just enough, snuck it in the left side. Corey Connors knocks it home. We head to 16, and earlier you saw Rory McIlroy trying to figure out the distance. That's the key this week. Distance control with the irons, certainly with the driver off the tee, but how do you get it up from tee to green with the elevation changes, the temperature changes, everything involved? It seemed like the right club for Rory, but he's got a lot left. It drifted out right for him. McIlroy came up second in this event last year, with DJ coming home with the trophy. Rory McIlroy lining up for a long putt on 16. Three under early in the day for the world's #1 player. It's got a turn. Left it a bit high, and that's still rolling past the hole as well.
Here at the par 3, Brendan Grace from the left edge of the green. Putting over a slope there, now it goes back down the hill. Even par for the day until this one goes in. Got many birdies here at 7 today. That's just the 4th of the day. Go up to 16.
And Gary Woodland with a chance to reach 4 under.
He really turned it around, Gary, when he got focused on his short game. I think he's become a better putter the last couple years, but really it's the chipping and pitching. We saw a prime example of that at the beginning of the telecast, and that has just changed the trajectory of his golf career for sure.
No doubt. statistically, you look back through the years, and this was a weakness, no question about it. And he's managed to turn it now into a strength.
Well, nowadays, with all the statistical data that the players have, I mean, you can find weaknesses if you want to go look for them. I think I would have just been looking at my strengths, Gary. I don't know about you.
Well, I think if you want to take your game to the next level, you've got to be aware of your weaknesses and see if you can't make them strengths.
Well, that's what Woodland's done.
Now Dustin Johnson from off the green, Bones.
Yeah, just bumping into the fringe, working back up the hill. So able to manage the speed quite well there.
So Dustin will have that to stay at +3, and you'd have to imagine Zing playing alongside Dustin Johnson and all what he's done on the PGA Tour. Abraham Answer watching Dustin like he did Tiger Woods last year. He said he learned so much about handling pressure. Here he was, the guy representing Mexico, playing with Tiger Woods, and Tiger's first trip here for this World Golf Championship, and said he has leaned on that experience from last year.
Well, there's no doubt about it. I mean, you have to get yourself in situations like that. He was in it on Thursday, feeling that pressure of playing with Tiger, and he handled himself beautifully.
This for 3 in a row for Abraham Answer.
It's another one of those President's Cup players. I think it's come out of there with a load of confidence.
Took on Tiger in the singles and learned a little more.
He did.
All right, they're at 16, Dan. McIlroy able to make his par. Tommy Fleetwood missed that short putt for a birdie, so Fleetwood remains at 2 over.
All right, so McIlroy and Woodland remain the leaders by 1. And the Ultimate app for the Ultimate fan. You can download the official PGA Tour app now for real-time scoring, player scorecards, and many more unique features. Visit PGAtour.com to download now. Back to the action at the 3rd.
And Adam Scott putting from about 25 feet. Come up a little short on this par 3. Not much break in this putt.
Boy, how well had he rolled it last week, Justin?
Boy, it was just vintage Adam Scott, a ball striking exhibition and then making a few putts. Tough man to beat, to 17.
And Johnson for his par, still trying to get it in gear.
Well, he started on the tougher 9, even though there's 2 par 5s on the back side. The holes going out are a little bit tricky for Dustin. He doesn't like 10. 12's tricky. Back uphill to the clubhouse. Well, I think he's got 2 real good birdie holes coming up in 1 and 2.
And now at 3, Carlos Ortiz for par, Noda.
Missed the green left, chipped it to this point. This is a big putt for him. He's got to keep his confidence up.
So it'll be a bogey here at the par 3, up to 17.
And we've got the co-leaders getting ready for their tee shots here at this par 3. Again, a great spot on the golf course. You've got those huge stands to the right of the golfer, and just a great scene here.
Rory McIlroy. We got Gary Woodland first. It looks like his natural shot is that little buttery cut. This hole's kind of on that left-hand side, so we'll see what he can do. The goal, obviously, just to get it in there pin high somewhere.
There's the adjusted yardage pitching wedge.
Well, if you go pin high and you're much right of the hole, you're going to miss the green. So you got to kind of favor a little left of the flag, which he's done, maybe a little more than he wants.
Well, we've seen worse than that, Roger, for sure. It's a long pitching wedge.
This is Jazz Janawantananan from Thailand, 24-year-old from Bangkok. Smoothly rolling it in. He just made the turn. That was a birdie at the first. He was out in even, so he is at 1 under, just 2 back. 6-time winner on the Asian Tour. 1 win on the Korean Tour and another one on the Japan Tour. McIlroy back here at 17.
He too with a wedge. And this is about on the same line as Woodland's.
And again, as the championship rolls on, it's going to get even firmer, and that's what we saw, especially a couple of years ago, and Justin Thomas and Phil Mickelson were going at it in the playoff. Just holding that green became a real challenge, especially if the hole location was pushed back into the deeper part of the green.
Well, they cut the water off yesterday here. They'll just syringe a little at night. dry patches, but at 7,800 feet of altitude and no rain, I mean, it just dries out really quickly here.
Yeah, the PGA Tour officials telling us that, you know, when you shut off the water completely, this golf course changes overnight.
Yep.
Very lush and green looking at the moment as Fleetwood at +2 finds the green. Woodland and McIlroy also there at 17, tied atop the leaderboard at the first World Golf Championship of the 2020 year. And speaking of the co-leaders, Gary Woodland managing his way around some of these thick tree-lined fairways. And Rory McIlroy trying to strengthen that grip on #1 in the world.
Patrick Reed at the 15th, a par 5, his third shot. Bump and run, and sneaks by and leave about 3 feet, a little less than that to go for Reed. Paul Casey on the 18th. That's a tap in. Nice look for Casey. Let's go to 15. And Sungjae Im in a greenside bunker. Up and down, and left a little bit of birdie chance coming for Im. Xander Schauffele at 18. Birdie try a little too hot. And that's left for par, and that's a good bit for Schauffele. A little bit of debris on the greens here in Mexico City. He'll line it up, and let's go back to Sungjae Im for a birdie. He got up and down out of the greenside bunker, and then a birdie putt for Sungjae Im. This is Kevin Kisner. Birdie try for Kisner at 18, a little too much and out to the right. A look at the leaderboard at the WGC Mexico Championship. Gary Woodland and Rory McIlroy at 3 under. A few other players at 2 under. Early action on Thursday. Some of the top players in golf.
And here at the 4th, Justin Thomas with a putt for a birdie. Chance to get to 1 under par. And to say this man likes his place is an understatement, Paul. Has shot 62 here a couple of times in the 3 years that he's played in the event.
Yeah, 3 top 10s, Gary, making his 5th start overall in this World Golf. And he has been a highlight reel as we take you back to 2017. This was in the first round, 3rd shot at the 4th from 103 yards.
Well, this is a lot more luck than anything, I think. But these other holeouts you're about to see are going to be pure skill. Yeah, I'll take it.
And then just a couple rounds later, same year, 3rd round, tee shot 13 from 232 yards out with a 6-iron.
Be hard pressed
Boom.
to make a prettier hole-in-one than that. That was beautiful.
So that was 2017. You think that was good? Final round, 2nd at the 18th from 121 yards to get into a playoff eventually.
This is just all about dealing with pressure and controlling your distance and altitude. Bingo. In.
Come on, baby, let's go! Back there, that's what I'm talking about! Woo!
Woo! Yeah. So Justin Thomas hoping to add to that highlight reel here in 2020. And back over at 17 for McIlroy from just off the back edge.
Well, still got a little work left there. McIlroy's led the tour in par 3 scoring last year, and he's right on track again.
Abraham Answer trying to keep his roll going. Bones, 3 birdies in a row. This is his 2nd.
I like it straight across.
And Dan, this is the most gettable hole location on this green. Front left, there's a backboard behind it. He's got just 110, just waiting for the wind to settle down a little bit.
And I remember, Bones, we just showed you that JT hole out at 18. You were covering that group, I believe.
Yeah, that was some moment. Little right of it.
A little short, but not bad spot. So he'll have a crack at 4 in a row from there. And back over at 17 is Woodland from the back.
Going with the putter from off the green. That is a pretty good shot. He's got to really love the grass in front of your ball if you're going to hit a putter from here. Look at that. That is actually optimal, whatever the word is. That is exactly as you want it. When that ball leaves, you want it to slide like that. That was beautiful.
So it'll be a tap-in par for Woodland at 17. Back at 18 is Molinari, Bones.
Yeah, and guys will take driver off this tee, usually to the back pins, but Frankie decided to do it here. Certainly left himself in a tough spot here playing from the right rough. He's between clubs in terms of yardage, so he's going to have something come out of here awful soft if he wants to keep it around this flag.
Been a struggle for Molinari as of late. Really a longer time than that. Missed the last 3 cuts in a row.
Gotta go.
He got out here really early. It looked like he was working hard on his technique, Bones.
And he's got Mark Fulcher on the bag, Justin Rose's former caddy. We had a chance to catch up with Fooch as he is called out here. And he says, I got to pick it up. I'm 0 for 3 so far on the bag. And Molinari's Ryder Cup partner, Fleetwood, part of the Mollywood celebrated duo at Paris at the Ryder Cup when they just could do no wrong. So Tommy stays at +2. So a little bit of a slow start for the Englishman, and Rory trying to stay bogey free here.
And facing basically the same putt that Fleetwood just had inside the hole on the left.
Tell you, through this great streak of play, Zinger, this has been a real strong point for Rory.
No doubt about it. He spent a lot of time with Brad Faxon, as now it's pretty well documented. And more than working really on his technique, he kind of just worked on his head and his pre-shot routine. And it has been working.
Over at the 10th, this is the second for Corey Connors from 132. Connors 2 under, just 1 back of McIlroy and Woodland.
Yeah, pretty good shot there. He judged that bounce perfectly.
And over at the 7th.
And this is Tae-Hee Lee here at the par 3. There's a large tree right there, reminiscent of Dikembe Mutombo, and just swats everything that comes near it. That goes into the penalty area.
So he got the finger wag, Justin?
Yes, he did. And now at 11, Tyrrell Hatton hit a 3-wood from 290 yards, just cut it over the trees. He's got it on the green, and this for eagle. Currently at 2 under par, so this for the lead or a 2-putt to get him tied for the lead. Coming across the green. Zinger, these greens have a lot of movement in them, so difficult to figure out.
Yeah, little movement, and the Poana grass grows so fast that it changes as the round goes on. You get footprints on occasion as well, and that is poorly judged by Hatton. There's a lot of little humps and mounds, though, isn't there, Justin?
Yeah, that one was coming slightly down the hill and just looked like it started to bounce just a touch and took all the speed out of it. Up to 18.
And this is Dustin Johnson just short.
Abe Ancer paying a lot of attention to this putt. He's on a similar line. Just breaks a little bit right as it runs out of steam.
This group just making the turn, having teed off at the 10th, so it'll be a slow opening 9 for the 2-time champion, Dustin Johnson, +3. And back over at the 6, we've already mentioned Bryson DeChambeau a few times, and he's right there at 1 under. 4th shot at the par 5. Good par 5 with that water there, and DeChambeau moves it to 2 under, 1 back.
I'll tell you what, if you see him in person, you know, from last year, Dan, to where he is now, he is enormous. I mean, he has really put on the weight, and he's hard as a rock. I mean, if you grab him by the upper arm, it's like grabbing a hold of a table.
Well, this guy's the hottest player on the course for 4 in a row. It just never got it even close.
Boy, and that's plenty of work left there. That's a slick little left to righter coming up.
He's just got one of the great stories out here and really embodies what these World Golf Championships are all about. Grew up Reynosa, Mexico, and you spend enough time down here, you get the feeling for how much the people here are pulling for this guy, because they know what he's been through coming from that small border town and making it on the PGA Tour. And look what he's been doing here lately. Best finishes on the PGA Tour in the last few years. Gary talked about how it has been a meteoric rise for Ancer, and he just keeps inching closer and closer to the real elite out here. And at the President's Cup, Zing, even before it started, his teammates were saying, you know what, this guy's the man. This guy could be the leading point getter for us, even before they got the competition underway in Australia. That's how highly they thought of him.
I think it's done a lot for his confidence already. They've played 7 events from the President's Cup, and that's a good save. 7 events, 5 of the winners in the 7 events since the President's Cup played in that event. 3 of the players, 3 guys have lost in a playoff, so those guys have all come out barrels blazing.
And Tyrrell Hatton here at 11 for birdie to tie. He makes it. So poor first putt, but makes the second one. Now a 3-way tie for the lead, along with Rory McIlroy and Gary Woodland. Bubba Watson playing well. Corey Connors having a good day. We'll be right back from Mexico City.
We head to the 9th hole and a birdie try for Brendan Todd. From just inside 54 feet. Going to use the ridge. And that's a pretty good touch for Brendan Todd, who's a 13-year professional. And it'll leave about 3 feet. Zach Murray, a member of the Australia-Asian PGA Tour, second on the Order of Merit last year, and he'll leave that one with a pretty good look at it in a shady spot of the green at least, but a lot left. This is Ken Holt for birdie. On the 9th, he's 1 over for the day. He'll leave it a bit shy, but should be a fairly easy putt to finish up. Colin Morikawa on the 15th. From the rough. He'll let it run past the pin, and a pretty good putt coming there from right near the fringe. Orathabel. That's a birdie. Made it look easy. So some action at the top today. Tyrrell Hatton making his way back up to the tie for the lead with Gary Woodland and the world's #1 player, Rory McIlroy.
Corey Connors making his championship debut here for birdie to tie the lead at 3 under.
Hit a nice little kind of 2-skipper to this point from the middle of the fairway. Cannot capitalize.
And quickly over to 18. Fleetwood's second shot on the way from 127.
He hoisted that way up in the air. This will feed back a little. Sideways maybe.
Fleetwood electing to lay up there, so still 127, not much, but look where Woodland will play from, just 85 yards out, and McIlroy up there 73. Again, the elevation change here that they're also figuring in some 21 feet. So Woodland is next, Raj.
And as you said, 85 yards now. But for me, from up here, I'm worried about spinning it too much.
Yeah, he's definitely got a backstop, Roger.
Absolutely.
If he can hit it a little right of the hole and past the hole, I think that would be ideal.
He flighted it down a little bit, which I think is wise there.
Oh,
flag stick.
Stick, yep.
About right at it, and that's a bad break. Happens all too often. You hit it exactly where you're aiming. You don't get rewarded. See about where on the flag this hit. This is a nice, smooth little swing, and as Roger said, sweet little knockdown. And it hit way high up there.
So might have gotten two places on the stick, high and low.
Well, he was playing for some spin.
Now McIlroy from a very tough angle.
73 yards, had to hoist it way up over trees.
Well, he has hoisted it. Let's see where this ends up. Oh, he just missed that little bit of a backstop.
It's going to sit up there.
That'll be really quick.
But at least he's on in regulation from where he was, back to 16.
Patrick Reed playing his second shot. Aggressive off the tee, just 150 yards left. Reed currently at even par. Oh, nicely done. So he'll have a great chance to reach 1 under. We go to the first.
Moment ago, Rafa Cabrera Bello making the turn for birdie.
This is just under the hole. Oh.
And that's 3 in the last 4 holes, going back to the way he ended the first 9. So Cabrera Bello there on the charge, just 1 back. Golf Now makes it easy to book a tee time in seconds. With more than 9,000 courses, where are you going to play next? Visit the #1 place to book a tee time. That is golfnow.com. Perfect 77-degree day here at Chapultepec, just in the heart of Mexico City. This was Brandt Snedeker for birdie over at 13. Tough start for him, Zing. Double bogey at the 10th. Did birdie the 11th, bogeyed the 12th, but then bounces back with that bomb at 13.
Waiting for a par is Snedeker. Yeah, this course can jump up and bite you. I mean, the scores can get low here. We've seen some low scores in this championship. But this course, if you don't drive it straight, it will jump up and bite you.
Well, Woodland was all over the stick, as you saw, but now he's got this little delicate lie here, Raj.
Yeah, the lie is pretty good, and this is certainly one he's going to think about making. But as the ball lands on the green, it's kind of landing on a little bit of a downhill slope here, so needs to be careful.
Horschel was here a minute ago and pitched it way above belt high even. Woodland much lower. This has got a chance.
Well, you can just tell how much on his short game is.
He's confident. You can tell by the way he evaluates the lie and everything.
All right, this is Paul Casey on the tee at 1. Less than driver, 303, drivable opening hole.
It is slightly downhill, and driver can be way too much club. There's out of bounds all around the back of this green. Oh, what a shot.
Lands it on there. He's the 6th player to drive the green today, so Casey will have a good eagle look, although no one's been able to make the 2 at the first. McIlroy trying to get something out of his eye here before he plays at 18. A lot of pollen this week. The altitude, that'll do a number not only in your golf game but on your physical well-being, because it at nearly 8,000 feet.
Why is it hard to sleep at altitude? I haven't gotten a lot of sleep. Why is everybody complaining about sleep? What is it about altitude?
Air's thinner. It's a different way of
weird
intaking oxygen. And with more on that, let's go to Roger.
Oxygen? I'm looking for oxygen. Well, this putt Rory's got, I feel the need for speed. This is pretty quick coming down this hill. Pretty good slope. Levels out a little bit by the hole.
Yeah, a lot of people thought Rory McIlroy was going to be the guy to emerge last week, tied with Adam Scott after 54 holes, along with Matt Kuchar, who was also part of the lead with Scott. Dustin Johnson was also just a couple back at Riviera at the Genesis. And that brings us to our FedEx Cup summary as we look at the FedEx Cup champions in the field this week. Rory, a two-time champion, the defending champion. Justin Thomas sandwiched in there between a couple of Rory wins, and Jordan Spieth, Billy Horschel, Brandt Snedeker also a part of that, as Justin Thomas takes the lead into this event, the first World Golf Championship, where 550 points are at stake. So somebody, winner's going to make a big jump with that 550. And now Fleetwood for birdie. He could use it. Got it. First birdie of the day for Fleetwood comes at the turn. And his 9th hole of the day. 16.
Patrick Reed trying to get to red figures. Only 3 birdies made here so far today. But we'll make it a 4th. Patrick Reed to 1 under par. And that is just 2 shots off the lead, being held by a trio of players, McIlroy, Woodland, and Hatton. Stay with us as we play through this break.
'15th hole for Justin Harding. Nice run after the chip from the rough. The South African has got a good look at it there. Tied for 12th in the 2019 Masters. Schauffele with a drop just off the cart path, with the rules official right there beside him. A good close look at it from the rules official, and it appears that Schauffele is satisfied as well. Schauffele 13th in the FedEx Cup rankings. His highest finish in the rankings was last year. He finished 2nd for the season. Enters this week 10th in the official World Golf rankings. He won the 2019 HSBC Champions. He defeated Tony Finau in a playoff. His best finish here in Mexico last year, tied for 14th. Schauffele. Not bad. Clean look at it there after a drop and some creative scoring over on the other side. Here's Hatton at the 12th with a long birdie try. Hatton with a birdie try, left it a little bit shy on 15. First day of action at the WGC Mexico Championship. The world #1, Rory McIlroy, Gary Woodland, and Tyrrell Hatton all tied at the lead at 3 under.
Kevin Kisner at the first after completing his opening 9 in +2. So Kis looking to make something up here. Of course, he looks forward to his defense of the World Golf Championship Match Play Championship coming up in Austin, Texas.
What a performance that was last year. Kis made every putt he needed to make, it seemed like. One clutch putt after another.
He can roll them.
Well, this is a tough one. Straight down the hill. Going to have some break to the right there at the very end. I think he had that on line.
So he's going to remain at +2. This was a moment ago. Cabrera Bello's second, again at this short second. So you got a couple of short par 4s to begin here, and Cabrera Bello nearly knocked it in.
Yeah, this is really cool. Watch how well this was going to stop fast, whether it hit the stick or not. That ball had loads of spin, and pretty unlucky that that didn't go in. Now he's got this little knee knocker.
Barbeo's played well here as well. Looking for a win, though, and this to become a part of that four-way tie for the lead at 3 under. So with Hatton, Woodland, and McIlroy all at 3 under. Bubba Watson continuing to play well. Just one back with DeChambeau. We saw Paul Casey drive the green here, just one of 6 golfers to do it. So the eagle attempt.
Good speed. Oh, beautiful putt.
So an eagle for Casey, the first of the day at the first. Paul having fun here, and also, you know, you see all sorts of head covers, right? This is one of the greatest head covers I think I've ever seen. There it is with the hat on top. Paul Casey showing it off on his social media, and then we saw him on the practice tee, Zinger, earlier this week, and grabbed it and said, can we get a better shot of that? There it is. That is a good looking head cover. That's the driver. Of course, he didn't go with driver to get that eagle at the first, but
right. I was the hand model for that photo.
Yes, you were. You have a second job.
I would like it.
Xander Schauffele also at the first, playing alongside Casey. Went out an even and has this for birdie.
This is a tricky little green, the first. This ball sitting in a low area. There shouldn't be a whole lot to this particular putt. A little bit to the left, maybe. Yes, and it just dove off at the very end.
So still a little left for par for Schauffele.
And this at the par 3 7th, Bernd Wiesberger. This was a moment ago, putting from the front part of the greens. Got to negotiate a little bit of a ridge right there. Now coming down off of it. That's how you want to do it from long distance. For his second birdie in a row, gets him to 1 under par.
And a birdie attempt here at the par 5-6 for Lee Westwood.
There's only 3 holes on the golf course where water's in play, and this is one of them. Yeah, tough green to go for in 2 today, but a nice birdie there.
Back at the first, we've got Abraham Answer, less than driver bones off the tee.
Yeah, looking to hammer this fairway wood here. These guys were able to watch Paul Casey make 2 in the group in front of them, so some good vibes for these guys coming up. Answer hit a laser here at the left center of the green. Let's see if it takes care of the front greenside bunker. Just short of it, but a nice leave.
Yeah, that's a great spot to be. This is really a cool hole. It has this little dogleg right feature to it, but as you see, the guys are brave enough to cut that corner. It's not even a driver today to reach it. It's really just a monster par 3 for the players today. There's out of bounds behind the green and around that left-hand side. As you can see, it's 40 full feet down the hill, and the key here is just to grab the right club, 5 wood or 3 wood. And Molinari, his lines.
All of a sudden, these guys are dealing with quite a bit of wind, way more than they're used to seeing in this tournament. It's blowing a good 12, 15 miles an hour right now, as Molinari has lost his well to the right.
And that's what can happen, obviously.
He hasn't been the same since he hit it in the water on the 12th hole at Augusta National last year and gave up that 2-shot lead to Tiger Woods. He has not had a top 10 since, which is hard to believe.
Now Dustin, who goes full bore on this hole, for him looks like 3 wood.
And he knows he can drive it on both of the next 2 holes. So he's really in a position to make up some ground here. And boy, this is on a fantastic line, just left of it.
Yep, going over the tree line and landing about 10 feet away. What a shot.
Only a handful of players on the planet can do what he just did. That ball was hit so high. Watch how this ball just gets smashed flat. And there's no reaction from the face. The toe didn't turn down, the heel didn't kick out. He hit that dead center.
Well, it's not the first spectacular shot we've seen off of a short par 4 tee here for Dustin Johnson. This was last year at the 2nd hole in the 3rd round, on his way to victory, picking up the tee. And how about that drive at the 2nd?
Yeah, at 380-something yards, or I think, if my memory serves. And, well, there's a lot of power in those long arms.
Yep, that was a 367-yard drive for Dustin Johnson. And Morikawa now at 16, Gary?
Yeah, with a chance for birdie, chance to get back to even par. But it'll move to his right. got into the field late here, guys, when he had a good finish last week in LA and moved up to 49th in the official world golf rankings.
Yeah, Gary, we saw him earlier in the week. We said, hey, congrats on getting in. He goes, yep, I just squeaked in. You can see that world golf ranking that you talked about, 49th. First World Golf Championship appearance for all these other players as well. And you've got some 23 players who are making their first appearance in this WGC Mexico Championship. So some new faces getting a part of the WGC action. This is Tyrrell Hatton at 13.
This is a tough uphill kind of par 3 where the green's just shoved up. You got to fly it all the way on there. It doesn't hold really well unless you land in the face there, which Hatton did. He needed some release, obviously.
Bogey-free round going for England's Tyrrell Hatton, part of that four-way tie for the lead at the top, 3 under at this WGC Mexico Championship. We'll be right back after this.
Patrick Reed at 17, 1 under for the day. This is a par 3, a birdie chance just off the green. Good run at it. Just past and about 6 inches away for Patrick Reed. Let's go to 16. Harding out in the fairway. Second shot in a par 4. Harding with a good look at it. Rolls it off the back edge and a good 15 feet away. Sungjae M with a birdie chance on 17. Good roll, but just left. He can't believe it. Doesn't get much closer than that for M. He'll tap it in for a par. Let's go to the 16th and Howell. Second shot. He went a little too far on this one, underneath a tree behind the green. It'll be easy to find, though. And a beautiful view of Mexico City, the WGC Mexico Championship at Chapultepec. Four-way tie at the top. A four-way tie at the top of the WGC Mexico Championship. The world's #1 player, Rory McIlroy. And then Gary Woodland, Tyrrell Hatton, Rafa Cabrera Bello tied at the top. A lot of players under par early in the action on Thursday. Plenty of players within striking distance on this elevated course.
As we take you back out to one of Mexico's favorites, and that is Answer, just in front of the green here at the first, Bones.
Actually, Bones' mic is struggling right now, but Abraham Answer's going to have to land this on the green and play this at least 15 feet left of the hole. He didn't play it, but about 5 or 6 feet left and way too hard. But that was always going to be tough.
Up ahead to the third, Justin.
And this is Ryan Fox for a birdie. Even par for the day. Big hitting Australian, pours it right in. You can tell that's a rugby player's body right there.
Yeah, he's played a little rugby in the past, hasn't he, Justin? Now he just pulls up all kinds of club head speed. Now we think that they're going to start waving the players up here at the first as these players turn.
Yep, gets a little bottleneck there with everybody going for the green, so they're going to try to quicken the pace up a little bit here.
Yeah, they're not even ready to go, so these guys on the green ought to finish up. Let's see if they get the word. Nope, Tommy's definitely going to play. Got another 3-wood, I think, here,
yep,
Dan.
Looks like it.
Should be plenty of club. Roger down there. Nope, Roger's not down there. Let's see what Fleetwood can do with this. The trees on the right side are just jail. Just gonna rip it up that left-hand side with a little cut. He's going right at it, right at the left edge of the green.
Looks like a pretty good line. Oh, just not enough.
Oh, that'll be really tough. He's not the only guy that's been there today.
Fleetwood coming off his lone birdie of the day to get it back to +1 as this group of Fleetwood, Woodland, and McIlroy make the turn, and Woodland is next, Raj.
He too with a fairway wood here, and now with this breeze against him, and it's picked up to, I don't know, 12, 15, somewhere in there. You know, this makes it a bigger carry, and it playing downhill. Ball's exposed to that wind a long time, so this is a little tougher shot than they normally face here. Okay, this cutting a little bit at the left center of the green. Pretty good line.
Oh, and it didn't carry, Roger. I believe he's caught that front bunker, which isn't too bad.
Well, that's that wind.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you're just exposed to it a long time coming down the hill here.
We watched Rory warm up this morning, and he hit this 3-wood so high and so far. That's actually looks like a hybrid, like it's not even his 3-wood, Roger.
Remember those calculations we showed earlier? It's about a 325-yard shot that he's looking for with the 3-wood. So
he went with less than 3-wood, I think.
Oh, and he's turned it left.
There's trouble
this
over
needs
there.
to get down on that line. Yeah, it did.
Yeah, and that green runs hard away from him. He'll be lucky to get it on the green from there.
211.
And this was earlier Corey Connors at 2 under par with his second shot at the par 5. Trying to hoist this thing way up in the air, avoid those trees down the right. Oh, and does it. Lands it on the front part of the green, catches a bit of the downslope, left him with about 10.5 feet. This, an eagle putt, would have given him the outright lead. Wasn't to be, so an easy 2-putt birdie. Put him in a 4-way tie for the lead. He'll be defending his lone PGA Tour title here in a couple months in San Antonio.
And Hatton at the 13th for par to remain a part of that group at 3 under.
And this is a tough distance here. Oh.
Yep, he will let you know how he feels about each and every shot.
Always get a reaction from Terrell Hatton. I'd love to have a mic on him. It'd have to be edited probably, but it'd be interesting.
Answer for birdie over at the first.
This should be pretty straight. It might go a little left. Oh, did he hit it? Man, a little easy on the pace.
So he's going to remain at 1 under with that little work left for par. And up to the par 5 6th, Mark Leishman, a winner earlier this year. And he has been off to a bit of a rough start. Bogeys at 3 and 4, but Leish is able to get that home for his first birdie of the day to get back to +1. Another part of the Aussie contingent, which has been so impressive this year.
Yep, 3 Aussies have won. I don't know how many are left that can post victory that are playing on a regular basis.
All right, over here at 12, Paul, that's Oosthuizen with a chance to get to 2 under. And surprisingly, he has not had much success here in 3 previous trips at Chapultepec. Tie for 25th is best as we go to 1.
Molinari's birdie putt on the way and then some. Man, he's got a long one left for par coming back over there at the first.
Well, Molinari's probably one of the coldest players coming into the field, and with only 72 players, no cut Bones. It's a good opportunity for Molinari to try to right the ship, but not off to a great start yet.
Well, there's Dustin's brother, Austin, getting a feel for the slope here. You can see closest to the hole today, just 8 feet 5 inches away for Eagle to jumpstart his round, Bones.
Well, he is, Dan, but as you guys saw with Molinari's putt, when you're putting from this part of the green towards the cup, the hole's on something of a crown. It's a very, very awkward look for these players. Certainly his DJ's got the same issue here. This putt's going to be straight the first 2/3, and then much like Molinari's, it should dive left to right and be quite quick past the hole.
To join Casey for the only 2 eagles of the day at this first hole. So an easy tap in birdie for Dustin. First of the day comes at his 10th hole of the day. Back to +2, still 5 back of the leaders. There was that double bogey at the 12th earlier as he started at the 10th.
You can read his lips. He said he pulled that putt there.
Justin Thomas for birdie over at 6. Looking for his 3rd birdie in the first 6 holes. And Justin Thomas, who knows his way around Chapultepec, beginning to liven up. 3 birdies. That lone bogey at the 3rd. Lots of golf left for JT to improve on a 2-under score. Just 1 back. McIlroy, the #1 player in the world, tied at the top with 2 others, Woodland and Connors, in this World Golf Championship from Mexico.
Charles Howell, the 3rd on the 16th. Hit the green and it kept on going. This is his 3rd shot. Nice pitch and run, gets it fairly close. That's a better look at it. From a greenside bunker on 17 for Zach Murray. Oh boy. Came out hot and a good 20 feet at least. Let's go to 16, a birdie try. Robert McIntyre from Scotland. European Tour player, 66th on the official World Golf Rankings. He's got about 1.5 feet remaining. Benjamin Hebert. That's a nice shot. It will release a little bit further than he would have liked. It's better than the alternative, though. Let's take a look at the leaders early in the World Golf Championships Mexico Championship from Mexico City. Rory, Woodland, Corey Connors, 3-way tie at the top. And then a whole bunch of guys bunched up at 2 under. Good action early today in Mexico City. 3-way tie at the top, Rory McIlroy, Gary Woodland, and Corey Connors at 3 under. Round 1 of the WGC Mexico Championship from Chapultepec in Mexico City.
Well, the great site here in Mexico City, located in Plaza de la República. The Monument to the Revolution is a landmark commemorating the Mexican Revolution. It rises some 250 feet high and is topped by a copper dome supported by those 4 columns. The lower part of the monument houses the National Museum of the Revolution. Lots of great sightseeing here in the spectacular city of Mexico City. While we were away, this was the 2nd over at the 1st for Woodland.
Pretty good shot there, really.
So that coming back for birdie to try to break out of the 3-way tie at the top. This is Patrick Reed for birdie at 18, just ahead of the group. Yeah, Reed getting on a roll here. He's got 3 birdies in the last 4 holes to get within 1.
It's a ball striker's golf course. There's no doubt about that. And Patrick Reed is a ball striker. If you can drive it at Chapultepec, you can score.
So 9 more holes left for Reed to improve on that. And back to McIlroy. For birdie.
He must have hit a pretty good shot to get this ball here. Everything ran away from him, Roger. Good look now, though.
And now he's got it coming back up the hill. Should go to his left. But any miss left here, this green just runs dead away from the player trying to play from the left side of the green.
This putt is really, really slow, Roger, and it does break a good bit right there at the end. Not a good effort.
It's just like it hit a wall.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players that happened to him there.
Yep.
Just Reed totally fooled. And Casey for birdie at the second, coming off his eagle at the first. So you can't do much better than that on a run through 1 through 2. So that moves Casey to 2 under. He was +1 as he made the turn, but the eagle and the birdie have gotten him quickly within 1.
And here at the 7th, Sergio Garcia, this was a moment ago. 4 balls in the water here so far today. Actually misses the tree to the right, finds the penalty area, would go on to make a triple bogey 6.
And back over here at the first, Woodland for his birdie.
Somewhat similar to Rory's, not as much uphill, but should have a pretty good turn from right to left.
So Woodland still a little left to stay at 3 under. Let's go to 13, long par 3 for Bubba Watson, who is making his way around Chapultepec in fine fashion. This to join the leaders at 3 under.
Early walked it, and it still went in. He didn't like it.
Didn't look like he did he?
Definitely didn't like it.
His 3rd birdie of the day, actually his 4th birdie of the day. That 1 bogey at the 7th. And Bubba Watson has joined the leaders at the top, with McIlroy, Woodland, and Canada's Corey Connors. Justin Thomas on the rise as well, along with Reed at 2 under.
Tommy Fleetwood started on the back today. This is a birdie on the first hole, his 10th hole of the day. Rory McIlroy still trying to find a way to get this one home for par. Off to a good start today. Got that one to go right down the middle. A bogey-free day so far for the #1 player in the world. Woodland also on that green, also looking for a par. Got it to go. His best finish in this tournament back in 2014 was tied for 16th. His best finish here in Mexico last year, tied for 17th. So there you have it, a 4-way tie at the top. You just saw McIlroy and Woodland save par. Bubba Watson making a move. 2-time Masters champion, and then Corey Connors at 3 under as well, the Canadian. Justin Thomas at 2 under, leading a big group of players right there, and then the rest at 1 under. A lot of room to move. Birdie try and a long one. Justin Thomas a little bit too far and a lot left to do.
Corey Connors with a chance to take the outright lead here at the 12th. And the early walk. Good Opportunity missed there, but he'll remain at 3 under, tied atop, 3 birdies, not a single bogey on the card today. And over at the 4th, Billy Horschel with an uphill putt for a birdie. This to move to 3 under. Little break to the right. Yes, very well done. And Billy Horschel adds his name. Well, okay, we're hearing now that was a par putt. So Horschel still happy to make that. So he'll remain at 2 under and 1 off the lead. And meantime, we'll move to 7.
And Mark Leishman here with his putt at the dogleg right, par 3. Paul, have you ever played a hole quite like this?
No, I haven't. And, you know, every par 4 and par 5 out here has some slight dogleg or a big dogleg, and we even have a par 3 with a dogleg. That big tree that you described as Kimmy Matumbo definitely forces the player to go over it or just ever so slightly around it. Good putt.
And Mark Leishman with the 6th birdie of the day. And we saw Justin Thomas with that very poor lag effort has this putt for par, Noda.
Yes, and he's on a similar line to Mark Leishman. Mark Leishman made a beautiful read there. This putt is breaking a little right to left back up towards the clubhouse, and the general slope of this entire course comes down from the clubhouse. It was actually trying to break in to the normal slope, and you have to take a little bit of breakout, see if Thomas picked up on that.
He's made some really nice putts already today, Noda. Needs another one here. So pure.
All right, let's take another look at the leaderboard, and we see Billy Horschel there at 2 under, and the par that he made at the 4th came after a poor tee shot, so was forced to lay out short and then played his 3rd. Made a good putt for par to remain 1 off the lead. We'll join Dan and Paul.
All right, Gary, thank you very much. We're just going to pause a second here to just remind folks that this sport lost one of the all-time greats on Monday when Mickey Wright, a huge star on the LPGA Tour, Paul, passed away on Monday at the age of 85. Everybody knows the name Mickey Wright, but it just kind of gave us a chance to gain an even more of an appreciation for this incredible swing.
It's an incredible swing indeed, and I've seen it up close and personal when I was 19 years old. Ben Hogan and Byron Nelson both said the best swing in the history of golf, male, female, didn't matter. I caddied for her when I was 19 at the Bentry Classic in Sarasota, Florida.
And so at the time she was
44 years old.
She won her last event at 38, but still, you saw.
She was amazing still. Her short game was no good, pretty much. But she said so many things that were brilliant to me. And one thing that I'll never forget, she hooked a drive on 10 over there to the left. And she had kind of that Texas wisdom, you know. She just looked at me and she goes, you know, Paul, shot to get you into trouble usually gets you out. And we walked all the way down there. And sure enough, she had to hook another one. And hey, I love Mickey Wright.
She was such a champion. She amassed 82 wins in her career, just like Tiger Woods did. If you compare the two, you got Tiger's 15 majors. She won 13 majors, but did it in a span of 17 years after she battled some injuries as well. This is Answer, and he runs it by a good several feet. Over at the first, this just a moment ago, Sung Jae Im, one of the youngest players in the field, +1, coming off 2 birdies at 15 and 18 to start his opening 9. So he kind of turned it around after a struggling start. And look at this shot by Sung Jae Im. That is very close to the distance that Dustin Johnson had from the other side of the hole just earlier, which was the closest of the day. So we'll get a measurement on Sung Jae Im's upcoming eagle attempt at the first to try to get it into red figures at 1 under. WGC Mexico Championship rolls on.
Bernd Wiesberger on the 9th, the 2nd. European Tour player, 3rd in the race to Dubai standings. His best career finish in 2019, and that's on the dance floor, but a lot of work left. 7-time winner on the European Tour. The Austrian on the green. This is Hebert for birdie. Didn't look like he liked it, but it's still got a pretty good line, and it's just shy. One inch away, and an easy tap in. Upcoming. DeChambeau on the 9th. He's been in the weight room lately. Added about 25 pounds of muscle and added some distance, and he's got about 15 feet here. Birdie chance on 18 for Morikawa. That'll drift right on him. He'll stay even for the day. Tap in for Morikawa. A lot of early action today. 7,800 feet above sea level in Mexico City at Chapultepec. Four-way tie at the top. Rory McIlroy, Gary Woodland, Bubba Watson making a move, and Corey Connors all 3 under, leading the way early in round 1 at the WGC Mexico Championship.
Abraham Ancer trying to escape the second with a par. He does.
He does. He hit a poor first putt.
So that kind of keeps the momentum going. Again, those 2 early bogeys and then the 3 birdies in a row. So Ancer remains at 1 under. And the second shot for Sergio at 8, Gary.
187 yards coming off the triple bogey back at 7. Oh, clearly the best we've seen all day. How about a 2? Oh, man. That will be the first birdie of the day. There at the 8th as we go to 14.
And the second for Bubba Watson. Tied at the top.
He puts so much spin on the ball. He's got to fly most of his shots even with or past the hole, I would think, Dan, this week, especially the short clubs.
Back over at the second as we get a look at where McIlroy, Fleetwood, and Woodland hit their drives to at another reachable par 4.
3.
Fleetwood just got it on the front edge of the green. So it's Rory away here in this group, Raj.
Well, I'm not so sure. I think it's Gary Woodland who drove it left of the green here in the trees, and he's going to play first, I believe.
Yep, you're right.
Well, it looks like he's got some issues here, Roger. He's got an opening, it appears, but that's about it.
He does. There's a branch that comes out that he could go underneath or over. I think certainly he's going to try to play over it. And a clear line to the flag. Doesn't have much green to work with, but for the tee shot, I think this is a pretty good break.
Well, the Kikuyu grass, we talk about it. We'll talk about it all week, I'm sure, last week as well. But it's unpredictable, as you know, Roger, being a California guy. And he has got to land it in that Kikuyu here to have any chance.
Didn't hit it. Not going to get there.
Up at the 9th, another shortish par 4 of just 370. DeChambeau all of a sudden has this birdie to join the group at 3 under. So he'll remain at 2 under as we go back to 2. And Rory McIlroy's second.
Yeah, it lies pretty good, and he's got a ton of green to work with here. So all in all, a good leave off the tee.
Made birdie here all 4 rounds last year. McIlroy did on his way to that runner-up finish. Still 5 back of Justin Johnson. Yeah, that's got some pace, Raj.
Heard him say, wow. Let's see where he caught this on the face. Hard to tell. He got it on the inside. You can see the grass stain on the inside. The hossel's blocking it right now. So he didn't catch it like he wanted.
To 15.
And Sebastian Munoz for a birdie. putting back slightly down the hill here at the par 5. So Munoz moves to 2 under par. Winner back in the fall at the Sanderson Farms Championship. And at 3, Abraham Answer here on the par 3, 198 yards.
Yeah, Justin, one of the toughest clubs to pull out here on this golf course today. The flag back on the back right-hand shelf. If you don't get the selection just right, the ball can come back towards the front of the green. And it's just a case now whether that ball holds up.
Well, Tommy Fleetwood drove the green, so a long eagle look, Raj.
Yeah, it's pretty close to 50 feet. Sneaky when you start going in this direction. They've been playing uphill for the last so many holes, and now everything on this golf course starts to work away. So this looks a little uphill, but it's quicker than it appears.
Yeah, that's a good point, Roger.
That's a nice 2-putt birdie for Fleetwood.
They're headed towards downtown, right towards Mexico City, and it's all downhill from here until they get to the 6th tee. It starts to run back up the hill.
3 birdies in a row now for Fleetwood to get to 1 under. And Connor's up at 13, looking to stay at 3 under. Stays tied at the top.
You know, he's a ball striker. This guy led the tour in greens in regulation last year.
Now Woodland in his 3rd.
Well, I was good. It's just how much will it roll out, and it's going to get on by some. He was pitching right at Mexico City downtown right there.
Just a short little par 4. Get out of position in a hurry and let a look at the strike of this 3rd shot.
Looked like he hit it about like he wanted. Come right off the center of the face. That Kikuya, you see how sticky that is. That club just stopped on a dime.
Well, Sung Jae Im was just outside of Dustin Johnson's best drive of the day here. 8 feet 7 inches. This for eagle for Sung Jae. So he'll settle for birdie. And he moves it to even. And back to McIlroy over at the 2nd, Roger.
And just off the back of the green here, about 15 feet. And this putt really pretty level from a speed perspective. Shouldn't do much.
Oh, man, never a doubt. So he settled for par at the 1st, but he takes advantage of the short par 4 2nd and jumps out ahead by himself.
What a difference that putt makes in your mindset, and Rory McIlroy's mindset for sure.
We talked off the top how toward a streak of play this has been for McIlroy. Last 5 consecutive starts, top 5s for the first time in his PGA Tour career. McIlroy has remarked that he feels he's in the best place of his career. Now, he didn't win a couple of majors back in 2014, but it's been the most consistent stretch of golf, no doubt. Woodland for par.
Kind of feel like he just gave one away there.
Yep, get out of position, Raj, and drops his first shot of the day at the 2nd.
Well, that's what this course will do to you. I mean, you got chances to crack that driver up by the green, but if you miscue, you'll pay a price.
Reed trying to keep it going. Another one falls, and he is just pouring them in. 15, 16, 18, and then as he makes the turn, he makes another birdie. So Reed is at 3 under. Joins that tie for 2nd now is Rory McIlroy, the newly minted #1 ranked player in the world. Got into the hunt here last year and also is trying to back up his 2nd FedEx Cup title. What a show he put on last season as well.
We head to the par 4 14th. 3rd shot for Ishikawa, who's having a rough day at the office, 9 over. That's a pretty good, oh my goodness, in and out for Ishikawa. He could have used it, but he'll take a tap in on a day like today. Ishikawa with 17 titles all time on the Japan Golf Tour. Here's Scheffler at 17. Left it shy. Let's go to 14. Green sign bunker, that's Louis Oosthuizen. 1 under for the day. 2 under, rather. Got it out of there, just not enough to find the green. Let's go to 17. Just off the edge of the green. Lorenzo Vera, 2 over for the day. Pretty good look at it. A little too much, and 3 feet to go. Bubba Watson left this one on the front of the green. This is a birdie try. And this will be a par try for Bubba. He's made a move today to get up at the top. He's got to stay there, though, with this putt. Rory's made a move. He's alone at the top at 4 under. 3 players a shot behind. Patrick Reed all of a sudden there. Bubba Watson and Corey Connors maintain for now. A group of players bunched at 2 under. 2 Mexican players are in the field this week, including Abraham Ancer, 29th in the official World Golf ranking.
Ancer at the 3rd.
Yeah, for birdie here at the par 3, he's not going to have enough pace. After a slow start to his day, made some birdies late in the back 9, so got it going.
Bubba looking for par now at the 14th. And boy, did he read that perfectly.
Oh, what a good stave. It's one of the few holes that was changed this year. It's about 20 yards longer. It is a tough hole to make a 4.
To 16.
And Danny Willett with a putt for a birdie. There we go. Willett will get to 1 under par. 31st ranked player in the world. Back-to-back birdies. As we go over to 8, Justin Thomas playing his 3rd from just over the green. Very quick. Comes off a little shelf right about there. Should pick up speed.
Looked like he missed his mark there, Gary. Not bad at all.
Yep. And we'll move back 1 to 7.
And Jordan Spieth on the tee here at 7. Bogeys on his first 2 holes, coming off of birdies at 5 and 6. Wow, that misses the tree to the right.
Betting you won't see one that far offline the rest of the day, Justin. That was not his best.
And now at 3, Tommy Fleetwood.
Yeah, he's grabbed an 8-iron here, 198. Feels like the wind is helping him from the left a little bit. Hole cut deep in the green. This has got to get up. It may come back down that slope.
Yeah, it's going to catch the ridge there, and that's going to feed all the way down to the front right and leave a really difficult second shot. Look at the slope in this green. And now that's what he's got left to deal with. And watch his reaction when he sees where it lands. It starts coming back. He knows. And now Rory.
Another 8-iron here.
And we'll get a look at it with our Top Tracer powered by Top Golf.
A little left of the hole. Looks like it got on top, though.
It did, Roger. It's a pretty good shot. Good distance.
And over here at 8, Justin Thomas for his par to remain 2 off the lead. Man who sits number 1 in the FedEx Cup point standings based on a couple of wins already this season. Moving along nicely. Little sigh of relief there. Anytime you make a par at the 8th. Stroke average today almost 4.5 there at that par 4 as we go to 3.
And Gary Woodland with his approach.
Third 8-iron. This is about on the line of Rory's, but not quite deep enough.
So the lead is occupied by the top-ranked player in the world, who rose to that spot once again in his career. McIlroy says, if I win and I continue to finish high in events, it'll take care of itself and I will stay at the top spot. He's always had some of the greatest skills we've ever seen in this game, and when he puts it all together, it is magical.
Let's go to the par 3 17th, 175 yards for Danny Willett. He said this week that there's a lot to ponder with the altitude. And that'll set up pretty nice for him, inside of about 20 feet. Kuchar at 14. '15th in the official world golf rankings coming into Mexico City. He'll leave that one shy of the green. Similar spot to where Bubba Watson was a moment ago. Back to 17. Kevin Na. It's on the green, but a lot of work left for Na, who entered this week 11th in the FedEx Cup standings. Cameron Smith at the 14th out in the fairway. A little bit of a rough day so far, 3 over. And that rough day continues. Beautiful day for golf in Mexico City. Club de Golf Chapultepec, the WGC Mexico Championship. First round action. Let's go to the 17th tee. Victor Perez. The Frenchman. A little hot. It's past the green. He'll have to chip and run.
And we're back here at the third green. Tommy Fleetwood's got a lot of work to do to try and get this within 4 or 5 feet.
Oh, yeah. He'd take that right now. If you gave him 2 putts right now, he'd go straight to the next tee. He's going to have to putt this, I believe, through the fringe of the green for about 15, 20 feet. That's going to kick it left. Unless he just putts left of the hole and concedes that he's going to hit something from that left side of the cup.
And anything to that fringe and going up the hill is going to take a lot of pace off of it.
He kept it just inside it. Wow, it didn't break as much left as I thought it might.
Yeah, so hard to hit that putt hard enough from that far below this back hole location.
Second shot for Sergio Garcia after he knocked it in for birdie to get it back to +2. Just trying to chip away at the early struggles, and good job there. Over at the 17th, birdie attempt for Kevin Na. Na off to an even par start.
A long way from pay dirt. This looks like it's wandered off to the right, and it starts to trickle back to the left.
Oh, that was just earlier as Na drops in his first birdie of the day to get it to 1 under. And back to the third.
And Gary Woodland coming up short, but doesn't have quite as much real estate to deal with, Roger.
Right, and doesn't have to come up the steepest part of the slope that Fleetwood had to deal with, but it is uphill all the way and will be slow.
Yeah, total misread and misjudged the speed there.
And Justin, don't you think it's harder after you make a bogey like he did on 2? It's always more pressure to lag that thing up there close.
Check in with Wiesberger. Putting from, well, he's actually wedged. It looked like a putter there for a second. I think that was the right choice.
I'll say. That any good.
Looked like he had a mallet putter there, but he wedged that out, and in it goes.
Yep.
So Wiesberger moves within a couple of McIlroy's 4-under lead, and McIlroy over there at the 4th. 3rd hole, I should say.
Well, and now Rory McIlroy hasn't seen much good go on this green yet, Roger.
No, but he got a deeper yet into the green, so the most level putt, it should go to his right. But the speed's not going to be as big an issue.
It just looked like it hopped a little bit there a couple times, about 10 feet short. Just took enough pace off of it. So he'll maintain his 1-shot lead. And we'll see his reaction. It was right on line. It just had to go to 14.
Corey Connors from short range for birdie to tie McIlroy at 4-under.
Oh, and he just keeps peppering the flagstick. See if he can capitalize this time. Oh, yeah.
Yep. Rolls it right in. He was a little off on the front, 3 of 9 in greens in regulation, but he's at every green in regulation on the back, and he's continued to rise up the board. 2 at the top now at 4-under, and back at the 2nd. Patrick Reed drove it in the trees, so scrambling for his 4 here at this short par 4. Wow.
A no doubter.
That is a great way to kind of keep that momentum going after all those birdies.
And here at 3, Tommy Fleetwood trying to make par after hitting his tee shot on the front part of the green. So it'll be a disappointing but almost an expected 3-putt when you're that far away.
Yeah, that leads us to our next Pacific Live summary, and we take a closer look at Rory McIlroy and all the success that he's had in these World Golf Championships since 2009. He's got the lowest score to par in the stroke play events of the WGCs, 171 under par. Justin Thomas and Dustin Johnson, the only players to finish in the top 10 every year since 2017. And Bubba, in his 35th appearance in these championships, 2-time winner, won the Dell Technologies Match Play and the HSBC World Golf Championship. And Bubba Watson in great position, just one back of McIlroy and Connors as you take a look at Justin Thomas.
We got 118 in the hole. So we're trying to fly at 118. 118 is probably like 105, right?
118.
103.
Yeah, 115 is 105. Yeah, so I like a 105 shot.
So you like sandwich or you like more?
No, I like that. 105 shot. Your shot.
Just taking into consideration what they want that ball to be at. They carry to be at an adjusted number, so he can rely on his stock numbers that he goes through week in, week out here. Got to be concerned about the spin.
Yeah, this hole is on that front right-hand side, and there's all kinds of grade behind it. Nice little backstop, and boy, that is a big, long sand wedge. Perfect amount of spin. And another good look for Justin Thomas.
And here at 3, Gary Woodland with a very similar putt to Tommy Fleetwood. We saw him miss it on the left. And Gary Woodland does the same thing. So a couple of 3-putt bogeys here at the 3rd. Rory McIlroy now tied with Corey Connors at the top here in our first round coverage from Mexico City.
16th, second shot for Jason Kokrak. That's a nice shot. And that's within about 5 to 6 feet or so for Kokrak, who turned pro in 2008. Answer at the 4th out of a greenside bunker. Got it out of there, and not a bad shot considering. Par try at the 15th for Hatton. Just left, and he'll drop a shot if he can tap it in here. Let's go to the 4th. The defending champion here, Dustin Johnson. He's won 2 of the 3 played here in Mexico City. He's 2 over for the day, though, and trying to stay that way. He's had so much control of this course over the last 3 years, certainly in his winning years. Tapped it. Just left. He didn't put a lot on that one, and it went on down. He'll drop another shot. Ninth hole birdie try for Matsuyama. Hideki Matsuyama, 7th on the FedEx Cup points list so far. He won the 2017 HSBC. He won the 2017 Invitational. This is on the way. He's going to use the ridge. Matsuyama with good pace on it. And that's a pretty good look at it. McIlroy and Connors tied at 4 under. Reed and Watson at 3 under. And a whole bunch of others at 2 under.
Abraham Answer, this for a par. Second shot was in the right green side bunker. And nicely done. Good save. So Answer remains at 1 under. And over at 6.
And this is a birdie attempt for Billy Horschel. Trying to move up the board a little closer to the 4 under mark.
Very nice shot in here. Most dangerous hole location on the course today, right against the water's edge, and a nice putt for Horschel.
3 under, 1 back. Look at Billy's card. 2 bogeys at 14 and 1, as he will finish on this front side at Chapultepec. And back over to the 9th. A birdie attempt for Justin Thomas. Not much here. There's that break to the right. Not as much as Matsuyama experienced from his angle, but JT knows he let one kind of slip away there. Good opportunity. 16.
And a good opportunity here for Jason Kokrak. He's made 6 straight pars. Oh. Unfortunately, it will be 7.
Well, you can get more with Golf Pass. More tee time credits, more original shows, and more travel deals, plus a free dozen tailor-made golf balls. Join now with a 7-day free trial. More golf, 1 pass. That's Golf Pass. Just gorgeous weather here for this WGC event in Mexico City. Another look at the 4th here and how they ended up out there.
Yeah, 490-yard dogleg left par 4, and we can see Fleetwood safely in the center of the fairway. McIlroy just over the fairway bunker, left rough, and Gary Woodland has found the right rough. So Fleetwood to play first.
Find the full monitor. Now we're looking at 2 choices. Yeah.
second pin. And what's the front?
Through that.
That's getting on, isn't it? Like I was just thinking through the pin, but when you make it
Well, I don't
like
want to.
that,
Listen, you don't want to get past the front.
yeah, exactly. That's what I was
You're at the
thinking.
front edge and you've got a nice pull up, you know. It comes up perfect switch.
Directed wide edge.
No, I wouldn't play miles away,
Yeah,
just a
I
little
think
bit right. When's going to hold it up?
Yeah.
Only a fraction.
Smooth.
Hang through. Trust it, right?
All right, 182 yards actual, but factor in the altitude and the downhill, somewhere in the 146-yard range.
Probably not much more than a 9-iron, maybe even a wedge.
And with this breeze against him, I'm looking at 9-iron maybe.
Well, I like what his caddy Ian Finnis said to him with the whole location just Roger, 6 paces on the front of the green. If you come up right on the front edge, I mean,
you're fine.
Yeah, you got a nice uphill putt from there. Yeah, there you go.
Pretty good.
Well, strategy is such a big part of this golf course. That brings us to our Smarter Way, presented by Service Now. And we go back just a few holes when this group was playing. And Tommy Fleetwood, the lone player of the 3, Zing, to lay up, playing his second shot from a longer distance. And it ended up paying off.
Sure did. And it is a thinking man's golf course. You don't just jump up on every tee here and pull out the driver. A lot of choices to make.
Yeah, so playing this pivotal hole, maybe just a little smarter than the competition of McIlroy and Woodland here. They part it. Tommy, who laid up, makes a birdie. So there it is. Smarter Way, presented by Service Now. Worked out that time for Tommy Fleetwood. And back out to that group.
And McIlroy to play from the left rough.
Well, he hit it across the bunker, but it did not reach the fairway. So he's got 160 left here from a bit of a downhill lie and a little bit of a thick lie. Well, he's kept the ball down right of the hole just a little bit, but it doesn't get there, not even close.
Yeah, almost like he was looking for that to release at that trajectory, Roger, and just jumped straight up in the air and didn't go anywhere. Yeah, just a nice little hold off. You'll see him kind of hang on to that club face, low finish to produce a low trajectory shot, but it just didn't react quite the way I think McIlroy expected it to when it hit the ground. So McIlroy with a little work left there at the 4th, if he's going to stay tied for the lead.
We head to the tee at 17. Xander Lombard from South Africa, the Sunshine Tour Order of Merit winner in 2018 and 19. Keeps it out of the greenside bunker. That ridge is in the way there. Here's Kevin Na. From about 50 feet away, he went a little further than he wanted to, you can tell. Back to 17. Kokrak. Even for the day. That will find the greenside bunker. Victor Perez. Turning for him, but just not enough. Victor Perez, the 38th ranked player in the world, with a tap in coming. Back to 17. Imahira, 2 over for the day. Bounces past and through the green. Imahira has a lot of work left here. on the par 3. We go to the 18th. Willett with a birdie try. Good pace. Didn't turn in time for him, though.
And we're back here at 4. McIlroy with his third. And Paul, 2 things he'd like to do. 1, carry the ball on the green. And 2, leave it short of the hole.
Yeah, see if he even moves a blade of grass. Nope. He landed it short, Gary, and came up short.
Yeah, at least he leaves the uphill putt. Yeah, well, that's the problem here. You'll see it land on the fringe and the Kikuyu grass. You just never know what the ball's going to do.
That is some good camera work right there.
Fantastic, isn't it?
You know, I think he always meant to land that on, though, Gary, still.
I agree, Paul. I think he knows that, you know, he's got to carry it onto the green to avoid that type of hop. Over at 15.
And this is Bubba Watson with his 3rd shot. This was a moment ago. Got it on the upslope. I just decelerated into it. Wasn't that tough of a bunker shot. It's going to leave him talking to himself for a little bit. Back to 4.
And Tommy Fleetwood for birdie. Pretty straight up the hill. Nice. Oh, Fleetwood. That's 3 birdies in his first 4 holes on his second 9. And over at 15.
And now Bubba Watson for birdie, to tie for the lead. The quick step there, trying to get it to break to the right. Back to 4.
All right, McIlroy trying to remain at 4 under, Raj.
Putt from underneath the hole here, I think should move just a little bit to his right. One you want to keep the speed up on, I think.
Shot link telling us just under 6 feet.
You know, when you get in a player's head in this situation, it's such an easy little pitch, Gary, that, you know, he's already kind of desperate to make this putt, I think, mentally, because you hate making silly bogeys. Going to give it his all here.
No, he had it a little too far left. It was outside the hole.
He just put some unnecessary pressure on himself there. Poor pitch. Misjudged his second. Now it's Corey Connors all by himself.
All by himself at 4 under. Yeah, you can see the disappointment there. You don't see McIlroy react like that often. Back at 3.
And Patrick Reed for birdie here at the par 3. This to tie for the lead. Saw him make a good par putt back at 2. Just missed that one. Do a little work on the green. He'll tap that in. We'll go to 15, and Cameron Smith with his 2nd shot, going back up the hill, Bones.
Yeah, ready to roll here after quite a long wait as the group in front finished on the green. Cam Smith now with a long iron and some helping wind. And as much as he'd like to knock this on the putting surface, this is all about where you leave this ball in terms of getting it up and down for 4 should you not be putting. On your 3rd, you've got to create an angle here. He's lost this to the right, flirting with the trees.
Oh, and that's not going to be good there. So he's short-sighted himself. He'll have a pitch going back up the hill. Now Corey Connors set for his 2nd.
He absolutely pounded one off the tee, and he's playing off quite a bit of an upslope, which may help him here. Launch this straight up in the air. Get it to land a little softer on the green.
Yeah, just would love to put something in the middle of the green here.
Very high, but turning well left of the flag.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few players miss it over there on the left-hand side. Give themselves a lot of green to work with, but they'll have an eagle try, but it's going to be a long one. To 10.
And a look at the whole location there for Justin Thomas. And you're right there with JT.
Yeah, they're contemplating this 86-yard shot, and It's a pretty tricky one because this ball's going to take a big kick forward, so he's got to clip it pretty clean and then land it within about a 3-foot circle in order to sort of keep it in that within 10 feet of the hole. Otherwise, this thing could skip over the back.
Well, you're right about that, Noda. I mean, they've just played 4 holes in a row going uphill back towards the clubhouse, and this is the first hole in an hour or so where it's running away from him. So we'll see if he can judge this just right. He's gonna have to play for a big bounce. Oh,
just wouldn't catch.
That's what you're afraid of, Noda. Chases it right through the green, and again, that is a reaction. They haven't seen a reaction like that from a golf ball into a green in at least an hour.
Well, making the turn at 1 just a short time ago, Eric Van Rooyen at the short par 4, and a South African with an eagle at the first. So add that to the list of eagles. Number 3 at the short par 4 first. Little early birthday present there for the South African, who turns 30 tomorrow here in Mexico City. Connors is the sole leader right now at the WGC Mexico Championship.
Back to the 17th, Jason Kokrak in some trouble with his second shot. That's a really nice shot out of the greenside bunker there for Kokrak. Goes a little further and about a 6-foot putt left for him for par. Birdie chance for Schwab on 18. Even for the day. That drifts out to the right on him. Schwab will have a tap in. The Austrian on the European Tour taps it in. Let's go to the 17th. Imahara with a lot of work left here. Gets it on the green, gets the release, but just not enough. A little shy for him. A couple of feet away. For a par, that's what's left. Brent Snedeker. Birdie try on 18. The FedEx Cup champion in 2012. Can't get it to twist enough here. It's a little past the hole. The Nashville, Tennessee native taps it in. Back to 17. Birdie try for Lombard. That's a real nice look at it for Lombard, but a foot away with a tap in for a par. So here we are. Corey Connors, the Canadian, leads the way at the WGC Mexico Championship. 4 players tied at 3 under right behind him. We've had some nice action on day 1.
This is the 21st edition of the World Golf Championships Mexico Championship, and the winner gets awarded that beautiful Gene Sarazen Cup. First edition played back in '99 at Valderrama, moving here to Chapultepec just a few years ago. And McIlroy commented earlier this week he'd love to have that one in his trophy case, that beautiful Sarazen Cup, because not only is it a good-looking trophy, it would complete the Grand Slam of WGCs for the top-ranked player in the world. Join the few to win all 4 of them. This is Justin Thomas over at the 10th.
This is makeable for a guy like JT.
Another hole out.
Oh. Boy, he just makes them look so easy.
Over at the 6th, we've got an eagle attempt for Paul Casey. Remember, it was Paul Casey who had one of those eagles at the aforementioned first hole as he made the turn, and looking for another one here. Should be a 2-putt birdie for Paul to get to 3 under within 1.
And one from one eagle effort to another. This Corey Connors at 15.
This might be the hardest 2-putt on this golf course. A good 80-90 feet up a staircase turning right, turning left, very difficult to get down into.
I was not going to be too happy with that. Go back to 9.
We check in with the Genesis winner, Adam Scott.
This is going to be a fluid motion as usual, and a real opportunity for Adam Scott to hit it close.
And spinning it back at the 9th, and a beauty by Scott. So that will be his second birdie. Bookends at 1 and 9. As you look at the Australian resurgence here, they didn't win a single event on the PGA Tour last year, Zing, but Cameron Smith wins the Sony Open in Hawaii. Mark Leishman follows that up with a win at Torrey Pines, and Adam Scott, the winner at Riviera last week.
These guys all came out of that President's Cup in Australia with a load of confidence. I mean, they could not have felt more pressure than they felt at that tournament. Adam Scott said it. It's the most nervous you could ever be. But when they realize they can deal with it, they start to get confident, can really score.
And this was just earlier. Bernd Wiesberger with his 3rd here at the par 5. Short-sighted himself, but had a nice lie. A great bunker shot there to 5.
The par 4, and McIlroy eyeing his second here.
Perfectly positioned. Just 102 left of the hole. Should play about 85 yards. Hole front right, taking it right at it.
Oh, did he ever, Raj? Beauty by McIlroy. Golf course is just in beautiful shape. If it looks a little greener than it usually does, it is. It's probably the most lush we've seen it.
And now Corey Connors for his birdie here at 15.
Always a little awkward when you're putting through as much shadow as he has to deal with here. Back down the hill. He's got to be careful not to give it too much pace here. Can get away from you past the hole.
And really the 3-putt there caused more by the pulled second shot. Left himself with a lot of real estate. Whoa.
My goodness. And this is got a good 4.5 feet left now. He needs to back off and reset.
Wow.
Wow, really an unforced error there.
Well, most 3-putts inside 5 feet on the tour last season. How about the back-to-back Kikuyu courses, Riviera and Chapultepec? 8 3-putts last season inside 5 feet. And he's still got a little hair left for bogey.
You know, he just went to sleep on that. It wasn't a foot long. That's the nature of this type of grass. He's got some regrouping to do.
And here at 11, this was earlier, Bryson DeChambeau for birdie. Trying to get it to 2 under par. So makes birdie here at the par 5. And now after that great bunker shot, Wiesberger for his birdie. Just catches the left-hand side of the hole. So they'll move on to the short downhill 12th. And now back to Corey Connors. And Zinger, you know, this is when you have to take a few deep breaths and really reset.
I don't know what he was doing there on that little 1-footer, just incredibly careless. I think he was ticked off, Justin, that he 3-putted, and now he's got a good 4 feet for a 4-putt. But just one careless moment, man, that's all it takes. And that's
So that's the second 4-putt of his career on tour, a stat he was hoping not to add to.
Justin, you remember how many 4-putts you had in your career?
Nope, I forget all the bad stuff.
I figured that would be the answer.
To 16.
Where we find Bubba Watson hit driver off the tee here, Paul. He's got 62 yards left of the hole, but has to play under a tree. I'm not sure he can carry it up on top and stop it. Just gets to the back fringe.
That's an okay leave, and you got to believe Gary hit driver there after that, settling for par there on 15.
Yeah, certainly influenced the decision.
And here at the 5th, Tommy Fleetwood continuing to bring this round back. Another birdie here. This would be 5 in a span of 6 holes.
Yeah, beautiful spot to putt from here. Should work just a little to his right.
tossed it to the right. And he's going to take his time on that one and mark. And Rory will take his time for this one. He has a 6-way tie for the lead now with Connors coming back.
Well, this one of Rory's should do the opposite of Fleetwood, should move a little to his left. But only about 7 feet.
If you watch Rory's pre-shot now, he'll keep everything kind of in motion. Watch his head moves, his feet move, his head moves again, and then it's just almost no time to lock up. It has made a big difference in his rhythm and the way he putts.
That's all the strategy of kind of free him up, right? Because that's when Rory, whether he's on the putting green or hitting those beautiful drives, that's what he's all about. Freewheeling. 16.
All right, Bubba Watson with a chance to reach 4 under par. Should turn to the right. All right, we'll play through this break as we watch action from the first round of the WGC Mexico Championship. Stay with us.
Gary Woodland on the 5th with a par putt coming. Finished 17th, tied for 17th in last year's WGC Mexico Championship. His best finish was back at Doral in 2014 in this championship, a tie for 16th. He started his day on the back and had 3 birdies. He had 2 bogeys so far on the front today, and this one drops for him. Long, difficult putt coming. Paul Casey at number 7, within inches for the Englishman, who's played in so many WGC events over the years. Tied for 3rd in this tournament a year ago. He taps it in here on 7. Bubba Watson, 3 feet away, can't take it for granted. Rattles it home. Let's go to the 12th. Wiesberger at the 12th. He is the co-leader, as are a bunch of other guys, and that is a very nice approach. How about this leaderboard? 6 tied for the lead at 3 under, including the world's number 1, Rory McIlroy. Adam Scott, a winner a week ago at Riviera, at 1 under. Nice opening day in Mexico City.
We move to the 520-yard uphill par 4 8th. Billy Horschel with his second shot. Oh yeah, a 2. Oh, well, I thought Garcia's was good. It was. I think Billy Horschel will make that one as well as we go to 6.
This is the 3rd at the par 5 from Molinari from just over 100 yards.
Most of the players are forced to lay up here, fly past the hole with all kinds of spin. That's a good shot for Molinari.
And there's the water right in front of that hole location today. Molinari's going to have a good look for what would be just his 2nd birdie of the day to get back into red figures. Again, Molinari, the Open champion from just a few years ago, really struggling, but playing here today with Dustin Johnson and Abraham Answer. Dustin Johnson with his own struggles today, trying to repeat here. Is at +3. Answer having a better day at 1 under, but we've got 6 tied at the top, including this guy, Bubba Watson, at 3 under as he takes aim at 17.
Bubba generally likes to hook his irons, but pretty much needs to hit a straight ball or a cut here. Oh, and another big hop, an enormous hop here at the 17th.
Yeah, this green gets harder than most of the other ones seemingly year to year, and you missed the cut last week, but what do, especially if you're in Los Angeles? You gather your pals, including his caddy there on the left, Ted Scott, and the guy to Bubba's left, Justin Bieber, who Bubba Watson has befriended over the last few years, and we had a chance to talk to Bubba about that group that he gathered, and we said, what kind of golfer is Justin Bieber? And he didn't mince words. He goes, well, not too good.
Yeah, he's not good, but he loves it and he wants to get better, and he will get better. You know, you can look back, Bubba, at the day you first played with him and see all the improvement 10 years later.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting, Bubba, as you look at Ryo Ishikawa here at 17. Bubba said, you know what, I really I've learned a lot from playing golf with Justin Bieber. And I said, what was that? He goes, this guy lives in a fishbowl you wouldn't believe. And Bubba has
compared him to Michael Jackson, actually.
Has said that, you know, he's had his struggles in the limelight and dealing with all the attention. He just says, Bieber, man, he goes, he can't go anywhere. So anyway, there's Ishikawa posing. He is having one rough first round, +9. Remember when Ryo Ishikawa was the can't miss wonder?
Yep.
He's having a rough day today, although he's showing some signs of improvement recently. Over at the 11th.
From just off the fairway, 262 to the front. That's the number he's looking at right now. Launches this thing way up at the center of the green. He's got to get up just a bit.
Able to carry the tree, but it does. It lands soft. Not a bad place to be in right there. He'll be able to pitch it and land it on just a bit of a downslope, but he's got plenty of green to work with to 12.
All right, see if Wiesberger can make yet another birdie. This would take the outright lead. Oh, yeah. Man who won 3 times last year on the European Tour, finished 3rd on the Race to Dubai. He's got 3 birdies in a row, and he now has the lead in the WGC Mexico Championship. Playing here at the Club de Golf Chapultepec, Mexico City. We'll be back with more first round action after this.
To the par 4 16th, Cameron Smith with a $176 to go. One of the Aussies who's won already this season, and that is a fantastic approach. Tyrrell Hatton on the 18th. He won the 2019 Turkish Airlines Open in a 6-man playoff in Turkey. They had to finish under the floodlights, in fact. And all 6 of those players are in the field this week in Mexico City. Here's Kuchar on 16, his second shot. A little too far. That'll dribble down off the green. Let's go to the 18th. This is Scott Hend from Australia. Gets a spin. And that's a really, really good look for Scott Hend, who turned professional in 1998. Here's the leaderboard. Wiesberger alone at the top. 4 under. 6 other players are tied for second, a shot back, including Rory McIlroy, Patrick Reed, and Bubba Watson. Good leaderboard early in Mexico City. Young-hun An on the green. The South Korean with 4 top 10 finishes already this season. Kuchar, third shot on 16. We'll see if it has enough. That's a really nice shot from Matt Kuchar.
Francesco Molinari for birdie at the 6th. Maybe this will be the championship that kind of resurrects his game, Zinger.
Well, he's going to get 4 rounds in after missing 3 straight cuts, and that's a really nice birdie here at 6. Laid it up in a perfect yardage.
So the Open champion from Carnoustie has worked his way back up to 1 under, and he's just 3 back of Wiesberger, the solo leader at 4 under. This is Bubba Watson behind the green at 17.
See if he can work some of his magic.
Right idea. Yeah, Bubba had a couple of high finishes before that miscut that we talked about at Riviera. So getting back on track this week.
And now Justin Thomas getting ready for his 3rd shot here at the par 5 11th.
And Justin, his ball is on a very, very firm patch of this apron with not a lot of grass. So I think it's going to force him to try and hit something a little bit lower than he normally would have chosen to do here.
Well, path is aim here, folks, so just watch where his path is. His face is just at the shadow of the flag. He pulled it. Not a very good shot, Justin.
Now it looks like he kind of scooped that almost. I don't think the contact was near what he was hoping for. Trying to kind of squeeze it a little bit. Instead, he got underneath it.
All right, over here at 16, Corey Connors did not get the ball up onto this upper level, so a lengthy putt for birdie. Very slow, steep slope. Oh, that's got to go. And you know, Paul, the golf gods, they know. They give it to you, don't they, sometimes? He 4-putts the hole before, and now he's got another 5-footer left for par.
Don't think that won't be in his head either.
You're right. As we go to 17.
And this is Ishikawa for a much-needed birdie. I mentioned he has been on a bit of a resurgence, even though this is his first World Golf Championship start in 7 years. But he did win 3 times on the Japan Golf Tour last year, and so now at the age of 28, maybe he is coming back. Over at the 6th, look at how they played this par 5. Woodland on the left there, and McIlroy up ahead. And now Woodland ready for his next shot, his 2nd to this par 5.
This is a risky shot. Got to carry that water. The bailout's to the right if you're going to bail, especially with the whole front left today. Oh boy, what a shot that was for Gary Woodland. He cannot see the putting surface from down there where they are. And let's watch the impact here and how stable that face stays through the hit. It doesn't twist an iota. That is dead center.
And now McIlroy, Roger.
Yeah, just 243 left. Kind of thicker lie in this left rough, but still, he can get the club on the back of the ball.
It's another dangerous shot.
There's a look at that blind view you're talking about. You can't see.
As you say, Roger, keep it to the right. He can't see where this ball's going to land, but he knows where to hit it.
Yeah, this is well to the right. Safe.
Oof. Not by much.
That club got stuck in that rough. And you see what he's looking at there. The hard part about this shot is going to be that ridge that he has to deal with. Maybe the lie. Let's see if this face stays stable through the zone here. As you see, it kind of it cut through there pretty good. It crashed down a little bit, but he got away with it. He's got a tricky little shot coming up.
And Bubba Watson at 17 to keep just 1 bogey on the card. And so Bubba will head to the 18th at 3 under in great shape after this first round. So bouncing back from the miscut last week on a golf course that he's won a couple of times on. So that was kind of a quizzical miss of the cut for him.
All right, back here at 16. Connors for the par. Well done.
That's a real gut check, Gary.
That is, and a confidence builder too, Paul.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you. Can breathe again as we go to 11.
Justin Thomas here to pull within 1 of the lead. Just misread it. Mexico City down the hill was to the right. Kept that ball from turning back to the left. Go to 18.
Where Tyrrell Hatton has this for birdie. And Hatton gets in at 2 under with a finishing birdie. He's had some success here. 10th in 2017. He tied for 3rd just a couple of years ago. In fact, was in contention. After he shot a 64 in the 3rd round, he ended up finishing a shot back of the eventual winner, Mickelson. Wiesberger on the tee at 13. It's a 230-yard par 3.
It plays just a little bit uphill, and this is not the most receptive green on the course, but you wouldn't know by that shot. That is a real beauty.
That will be for 4 in a row for Wiesberger. Back at 12.
Yeah, Lee Westwood has gotten it to 3 under after a tap-in birdie at 11. Second shot.
Good course for him, Gary.
Yeah, a 46-year-old who just won for the 25th time on the European Tour a month or so ago at the Abu Dhabi event. Talked to him earlier in the week. Very happy with how he's playing, and it's showing today. Just one off the lead, being held by Bernd Wiesberger.
Back to the 17th, a par 3, and Cameron Smith. 2 over for the day. And this one flies the green into the front row. And they'll have to do a little maneuvering there to give Cameron some space for his second shot. Moving the ropes and all. Let's stay on 17. Kuchar. Three over for the day for Kuchar, now at 17. Kuchar had 3 bogeys on the front, including 2 different doubles. This one dribbles past as well, near a microphone on the edge of the green. Graham McDowell is discussing things with the rules official. He is set up by a big tree. We'll get back to this. They'll be there a bit. Here's the leaderboard. Wiesberger, 4 under. And it's really getting bunched up at 3 under in the opening round of the WGC Mexico Championship.
Chapultepec Cap as a museum of history. Beautiful building, beautiful architecture. Here in this 21 million population city. And McIlroy now over at the 6th with his 3rd.
It's not the best angle. He's got to deal with that. Oh, he's picked it clean, I think.
That didn't work out.
Nope.
Corey Connors, who has himself, you could say, a bit with that last putt after the 4 putt, now on the tee here at 17.
Well, one of the best iron players in golf right now is Corey Connors. See if he can get this one right. And
that's the way you play it. You bounce it up there. It's getting firmer by the moment here, and Connors will have a great chance to rejoin Wiesberger at the top.
All right, over here at 8, Dan, Paul Casey has this putt for a par. Second shot was in the front right green side bunker. So that will be a dropped shot for Casey. And we'll go to 18.
Where Bubba Watson hit driver way up here at this 379-yard hole. So not much left here as Ted Scott looks over the numbers. Longest drive of the day for Bubba, 345.
Well, he's got a backstop that's going to help him here. The hole's only on 6 yards, so if he can put enough spin on it, he can land it on the green here. And he does have a backstop. Should be able to tell by his practice swing if he wants to go up in the air or not. He has the option to one hop it into that unpredictable fringe. Looks like he's going low to me. He did. And it took 2 hops.
Yeah, it
needed 2 hops.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was going to make it for a second. By the way, Bubba Watson during the 18-19 season at this championship averaged 344 yards per drive. It is the longest average distance per drive in one tournament in PGA Tour history. So not out of the norm for Bubba to bomb them close to 400 yards around this place.
Yep, Bubba goes boom. He hits those just monster tee shots.
And here's McIlroy. Much longer putt than he had anticipated.
Yeah, about 20 feet worth here, and if he doesn't hold this, he's going to feel like he left one out here. Should move just a little to his right, I think.
There you go.
That works.
Yep. A bomb for McIlroy, which sends him to the top of the board once again with Wiesberger.
Well, that putter will bail you out. And it bailed him out right there.
He's not only making more of those short putts that he used to miss once in a while, he's pouring in the longer distance ones as well. This improved putting. At 13 earlier, Matthew Fitzpatrick had this for birdie. And the Englishman rolls it in from long range as well. Again, that's that 230-yard par 3. And a look at the struggles for Fitzpatrick on that opening 9 out in +4. Has turned it around with 2 birdies.
Course is holding its own today. I mean, it's playing about 7,400 yards, but if you take 10% off of that, I mean, it's not much more than about 6,700 yards. Gary Kokenauer trying to do the math on that.
Horschel looking forward to make that right turn at the 9th. That would have tied him for the lead with McIlroy and Wiesberger, but Billy Ho going around pretty well.
You know, for a course to play this short, Dan, really it does play short for as long as it is. These scores are pretty high.
Yep, so there's the number in the clubhouse with a lead 3 under, owned by Horschel after his opening round 68. So here's Wiesberger over at 13 to become the first to get to 5 under. Gary mentioned how he finished high on the race to Dubai, 3rd, and that was kind of recovering from a wrist injury that had slowed him up earlier in the season. Connor's now for birdie at 7.
Well, he's missed a slew of putts on this back 9.
Over at 18, Louis Oosthuizen looking over this birdie attempt to get within 1.
There's another guy with this beautiful rhythmic stroke, but watch, he will not freeze at any moment. He just keeps everything kind of moving. He's watching when his head comes back, he's ready to go. He's not locked, ready to rock. He went pretty quickly.
Oh, nicely done. And what a round by Bubba Watson. We mentioned the high finishes before the missed cut last week. He finished tied for 6th at the Farmers, tied for 3rd in Phoenix before missing the cut, and then playing around with Justin Bieber. So maybe Justin Bieber is his new guru.
Could be his.
He's never really had anybody.
His new swing coach. His first swing coach.
Biebs. All right, Patrick Reed over at the 5th with his 3rd.
He's a great chipper.
Yeah, he's got a fantastic short game. Yep. And that's going to save another one. So Reed taps in, remains 1 back.
Let's go back to the 9th. Seen a lot of Xander Schauffele today. That's a really good look at it for Schauffele, who won the 2019 HSBC and finished 14th.
Under, stay there now on the tee at 13, a long par 3, one of the best ball strikers in the game.
Well, I really believe it's a terrific golf course for Westwood. have to drive the ball straight, which he does, and you have to be able to control your irons. He does that as well.
Over at the 14th, Wiesberger, Bones.
Playing from a .177, very left-hand side of the fairway, and this is tugged. He needs a kick. Don't want to short side yourself here, and that will leave a very difficult angle in terms of chipping for his third.
Yep, so he's left of that stick that Bones said is on the left side. So we'll see how he handles that.
And here at 7, Gary Woodland with his second, choosing to use some loft out of this Kikuyu rough. Good lie. Not much to deal with there, so a good effort. Take a look at the contact here. Very square club face. I caught that one a little bit on the toe. Sometimes players will use the toe of the club to really deaden the impact. Didn't need to do it there. And now Tommy Fleetwood has a putt across the middle of the green.
Well, Mexico City is to his left. It looks to me like it wants to go a little right, but I don't think it's going to go that way much.
Yeah, there's a little mound in the middle of this green. Roger, I'm guessing he's beyond that, so not much break to this. Well, anytime you make a 3 here at this par 3, you got to be pretty satisfied. So Tommy Fleetwood will remain 1 under par. Now after that towering iron shot, Rory McIlroy for birdie.
This one looks really makeable to me.
Well, I think he hit the putt he wanted to. Can't believe it didn't move a little bit more to the left.
Well, there's really no doubt, Zing, we were around the golf course following McIlroy during the practice rounds. He is the center of the fans out here. He gets the biggest galleries. He's the #1 ranked player in the world. They got a taste of Tiger last year, but they are all over Rory.
Yep, just clamoring to get close, to get any kind of autograph. He's a true superstar in the game of golf, and it shows this week. He's got a pack of fans here.
Here we are at 13 for Westwood, coming out of that Kikuyu fringe. Did he give it enough? Not quite, but not bad.
Well, just outside the circle of friends, maybe.
So over at the 9th, Paul Casey for birdie, just in the collar.
Good chance here for Casey if he comes out of there smoothly.
Final hole of the day for Paul, so
yep. Just jumped left immediately.
And that eagle at the first, followed by that birdie, and then another birdie at the par 5-6 to get to 3 under, but then bogey at 8. Still though, round of 69 for Casey, just 2 back. As we send you down to Steve Sands.
All right, Dan, thank you. 4 under par for Bubba. You had that tie for 9th finish in 3 previous starts here, so you haven't played great on this golf course, but today you played very well. What made you get to the 4 under par total?
I just made some putts today. The only thing that was missing last week when I missed the cut was I didn't make any putts. I mean, the ball just wasn't going in the hole for some reason. I've been hitting the ball great all year after training. You know, I've been working on getting fitter, getting stronger. So I can hold positions and hit the shots I want to hit. And so today I just made putts. The one thing I haven't done around here is make putts. And around here, you know, 1 foot means a lot. So when you're chipping or hitting a ball into a green, it could bounce over the green or it could be close to the hole. So around here is very difficult. You just got to get some bounces to go your way.
You talked about making putts. 13 1-putts today, including the last 7 holes. When you began the day, it was like this. There wasn't a breath of wind. Then all of a sudden in the middle, the breeze kicked up a little bit. How much did that mess with the strategy?
Well, I got to go with the first part. Me and Teddy were joking. It seemed like I was 1 foot off of just about every green. That's what it felt like today. And so I missed a lot of greens, but I was just off the green where I could putt. And secure and easy par, I guess you'd say. But when the wind picked up, it changes because the elevation already messes with your head and what you're thinking. And then when you talk about the wind, into the wind, how much does it affect it? Downwind, how much does it affect it? So you're always second guessing yourself more than back home just because of the elevation. And so that's what makes it so difficult. And that's what the scores are showing. It's just, you know, sometimes par is great around here when you're second guessing the wind and the elevation.
Appreciate the time as always. We'll see you on Friday.
Yeah, man. Thanks a lot.
Bubba Watson as we go out to 14.
All right, Steve. Awkward stance here for Wiesberger at the 14th.
This is doable, I think, but he's going to have to hit something special, and he went for it.
Plops it.
Yeah, that was always going to be tough. He had to carry it even with the hole. Have it just fall off sideways.
And up at 18, we check in with Corey Connors for birdie to tie the top. McIlroy, Watson, and Wiesberger, who's there at the moment, even though he's got a long par putt, and that one never was on the proper track. Still going to be a round of 3 under for Corey Connors in his championship debut here, so a good start for the Canadian. And over at the 14th, Wiesberger grinding on this par. Look, Bones.
Yeah, plenty of work to do here. The one saving grace is that it's back up the hill. You'd much rather have 8 or 10 feet uphill here than 6 or 8 downhill. Give this a bit of a wrap, tape some break out of it.
Cost him. So it's going to be just the second drop shot for Wiesberger, who fell all the way to 378th in the world after missing 7 months with that wrist surgery and injury that we talked about. But he's worked his way up to 23rd at 11.
Well, this has always been Jordan Spieth's strength. Like just a wedge shot. See if he can stuff one in here and try to right the ship a little bit.
Yeah, he's got some slope. He's got some slope there in the green he could use.
Yep.
Used it beautifully. So it looks like Bernd Wiesberger is going to lose a shot at the 13th. Rory McIlroy, Bubba Watson still on top.
Let's go to 14. Bryson DeChambeau with a birdie try. Gets it to fall, his 3rd birdie on the back today. Let's go to 16. Lanto Griffin, 1 over for the day. It's been a good season so far for Lanto. Over $2.5 million of prize money already this season. And that's a really nice approach to get within about 7 feet. Bogey try for Wiesberger at 14 is good. Wiesberger making a move today, about the middle of his round. The Austrian on the European Tour entered this tournament 23rd in the official world golf ranking. Christian Bezuidenhout for birdie. Nice roll, a little too far, a couple of feet away. Bezuidenhout from South Africa. 48th in the official world golf ranking coming into the week. 3-way tie at the top. You just saw Wiesberger. Rory at 17. Watson is done for the day. 3-way tie at the top. 2 of those 3 still out on the course, including Rory McIlroy and Bernd Wiesberger. Big group at 3 under right behind him.
Patrick Reed, who teed off on the other side at the 10th, got off to a slow start, picked up a couple of early bogeys, but now has a chance for his 6th birdie of the day here at the par 5 6th.
Seen a couple putts go in from above the hole here, right about where Reed is putting from. It's a pretty straight putt. Might move a little bit to the left.
Putters off a little bit. That was to Ty Watson and McIlroy. Making a 7th start here in this championship, Patrick Reed. And we'll remind you that we're back for coverage of this WGC Mexico Championship again tomorrow with 2nd round coverage. The pregame on Golf Channel begins at 1:30 Eastern Time. Live action again at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. 1 o'clock here in Mexico City. And over to 16.
And Lanto Griffin. We saw the 2nd shot come in during our playing through break. This for birdie. Ooh. His best effort there. Man who won back in the fall at Houston for his first win on the PGA Tour, and on the strength of a couple other top 10 finishes, sits at number 4 in the FedEx Cup points race. So we go to 13.
And this is the 2nd for Leishman.
Dicey proposition. Very quick. You're going to see these guys be really cautious here. And that is very well done.
That should keep the big Aussie at even par. Back at 11, Justin.
And Jordan Spieth, after that beautiful wedge shot, has this putt going down the hill for birdie. Trying to get something going.
Boy, his game's been hard to figure out, Justin, hasn't it?
Yeah, he's such a deep thinker and analyzer. I think at times it can kind of paralyze you. I think the overanalysis maybe has gotten a little bit too, and it's easy to get lost when you do that. Try to simplify things and just find a couple things to hold on to.
At 13, this is a birdie attempt for Thomas.
Yeah, downhill to start. Going to be pretty quick. He's going to just try and get it inside 2.5, 3 feet. He'll be happy with that.
Well, he did much better than that. A little tap in there for Justin to remain 2 back.
You know, these guys, I think they just put speed ahead of line on greens as difficult as this. I mean, they are obsessing, rolling it in there, gimme pace if they can. And you know, of course, you want to get the line right, but
I mean, you played
all about the speed.
You probably played tournaments where it was about the speed more, and then you played tournaments where it was more about the line.
Well,
right?
The greens were flatter. It was more about the line, and the speed was assumed. And you know, but again, it's just really fun for me to watch these guys trickle these putts up there at such a perfect pace.
And Zinger, the reason why these guys are being so careful from the left side of this green is just simply because there's a little bit of a runoff about 4 or 5 feet past this hole, where if it starts to get a tiny bit of momentum, it'll roll off the green. But Matsuyama hit a so-so chip and now trying to just salvage a 3.
Nicely done. Matsuyama had a good week last week in those tough greens. Riviera finishing tied for 5th at the Genesis. So he stays at even par. And again, that's just 4 back. Anything around par, you're in the ball game. Definitely still 3 more rounds left.
All right, over here at the long par 4 8th. Fleetwood ready to play his 2nd.
215 coming up this hill. I got to be playing about 185, maybe a little less than that. Got a little helping breeze from the right, and uphill should negate each other.
Very small target to hit to. Par 5 for the members, and play it as a par 4 here. And Roger, anything on the green, pretty good. Now look at these drives. This uphill. So Rory's driven it close to 340 yards. Unbelievable. Woodland, some 20 yards or so behind, and tree issues, Roger.
Yeah, got trees up the left-hand side. He's going to have to try to shape this from right to left.
Not his favorite shot.
No, he likes to go the other way. So 203 here. If he can get it up in the center of the green, I think he'd be very happy. Boy, he just launched it right up across the thing. Goodness gracious, that's going to be left.
Yeah, turned it too much. Caught a tree, and now in a very bare area has to pitch over the corner of the bunker. That will be a challenge. All right, let's take a look. 181 actual, 154 adjusted with the altitude, but you factor in the uphill, some 163 yards.
It's almost obscene where this guy drives the ball.
Roger, he's got all his power right now. He is swinging as well as anybody in the field, maybe the best.
Beautiful shot.
Looks like he's found a new gear or something. He always hit it far, but the way he's hitting it now is unreal.
Well, he was #1 on the tour in strokes gained off the tee last year, so hard to get a whole lot better than that.
And at 15, this was a moment ago, Kurt Kitayama, the 27-year-old born in Chico, California, played his golf at UNLV. Look at that. That's how you do it from that side of the green. Look at this. This is his third shot at the 15th. Tries to jam it in there. What an experience he's having here this week. We're going to play through this break as Rory McIlroy tries to finish with a couple of birdies. Bubba Watson already in the clubhouse at 4 under.
Gorgeous day for golf in Mexico City, the first round of the WGC Mexico Championship from Chapultepec. Beautiful sun-splashed day and good golf being played. This is the 17th tee. Griffin, 1 over for the day. And a little too far. Past the green, he'll have to chip. Graham McDowell has struggled today, 6 over. Gets a good bounce and roll. McDowell in great shape with a chance for a birdie. This is the 8th hole in Woodland. He started on the back today. He had 3 birdies in his first 9 holes and then came around back to the front. Parred 1, bogey on 2 and 3, and he's had a birdie since then. 2 more holes to play, including this one, and that is not an easy look.
Hold up, guys, please.
That's quite a challenge for Gary Woodland. The right edge of the left bunker in the way. Hanging branches, a tree behind him. And Gary Woodland's going to take a swing at it. Gary Woodland on the 8th, his 17th hole of the day. Tough look at it. It's clean at least, but that's a lot left for Gary Woodland. Rory McIlroy and Bubba Watson at 4 under. Rory's still out on the course. And a whole bunch of others at 3 under, 1 shot back.
Fleetwood with a lengthy putt for birdie.
And that'll swing from his right to left. There's a slope past the hole that feeds into this lower front left part of the green that's going to influence it to his left rather substantially.
Well, Fleetwood knows how to play this golf course. Finished 2nd here back in 2017. Remember the long birdie putt he made on the final hole, Dan, and tried to high-five his caddy and Finnis, and ended up kind of hitting him in the face.
That's kind of when we were first, he kind of signaled his presence on the world
stage.
scene.
Yeah.
He's got to be aiming this 15 feet right of the hole.
And pretty well judged. Back 1 to 7.
And this is Christian Bezaden out here at the par 3, 237 yards. Claustrophobic back there on the tee, aiming through this little chute. Lands it in the front part of the green. It's got a chance. So that's about 5 feet, about 3 feet closer than our next closest player so far today.
And this is at 14, Lee Westwood in his 3rd. Westwood working on a good score here, just trying to get it to the house in good shape.
A really hard par 4, lengthened by about 20 yards this year, almost 500-yard.
When it's turning left, it's headed downhill.
Yeah, we've got a great look from behind. Roger aiming well to the right.
To his right, I don't think it'll swing anything like the other 2 putts. It'll go to his right, but not in a huge manner, I don't think.
Now, Roger, I've seen, several putts from this side of the green, and the tendency has been to underread the break. Most players have missed it low on the right side.
It certainly looks flatter over there than it did on the side that Woodland and Fleetwood putt from.
So McIlroy to 5 under par and takes the outright lead. What a birdie. Gaining about a shot and a half, almost a shot and a half on the field by making 3 there.
And this at 7 a moment ago, Sung Jae Im. He's got it a couple under par for this front 9, which is his second 9. Make that 3 under. Holds that bunker shot, gets him to 2 under par for the day. Guy is a machine. Now at 15, Wiesberger with his 3rd shot at the par 5. Saw him hit a beauty back at the par 5 11th. That's a pretty good bunker shot here as well. Had a lot of bunker he had to carry. Back to 14.
So Sung Jae Im there earlier, the youngest player in the field. This is the oldest player in the field, and Westwood trying to hang on at -3.
Claw grip has changed his life. Westwood's bugaboo's always been on the greens. And he seems to be pretty confident right now with that new grip, Dan.
Yep, he'll be 47 in a couple of months. Has had so many close calls and big championships. Over to 7.
And Patrick Reed able to get it just off the right edge of this green. This a birdie putt, trying to get within 1. Good try there. That had to look good for a long time.
Well, at the par 3 17th of the playing through, you saw Graham McDowell hit it close, and so just a little formality for GMAC. That has not been a great day for him. Losing to +5, as you see. He was struggling early out in +6. He's righted the ship a little bit with 3 birdies on the back here, but a nice 2 for Graham at 17. And back to 15.
And Bryson DeChambeau has a lengthy effort for birdie bones.
And he is, yeah, it's a putt for 3. He hit a booming drive off the tee, which is his new MO. Actually into the left rough and hit a short iron some 216 yards onto the green now. And he's just going through his entire process, talking it over with his caddy, Tim Tucker. And guys, I got to tell you, we've been reading a lot about the fitness routine that this gentleman's been going through to add muscle and power. And he is noticeably bigger than the last time I saw him some 4 or 5 weeks ago. So I'd say he's doing some pretty good work in the gym.
Well, and it's certainly paying off when you can hit bombs like he has been. This putt would tie him for the lead. Putting from the middle section of the screen, still has a little bit of a shelf to deal with.
Yeah, not quite as much difficulty to deal with as we saw Corey Connors some hour ago, 4-putt this green, but still it's nothing easy about this. It's up over a ridge, turning back to his left as it loses speed. And again, the flag's in the shadow, so again, it will mess with your depth perception a little bit. It's very difficult to 2-putt any kind of putt on this green outside of a good 30, 40 feet.
Yeah, we've seen most of the guys coming up short from this part of the green or even further over to the right. Just difficult to match the pace. Most guys have been missing it on the right side as well.
Yes. Again, I think just putting back up the hill with those shadows really gets in these guys' heads.
We'll send it up to 16.
Where Matt Wallace, the 29-year-old Englishman, has a putt for a birdie. Much needed. And nicely done. And finished 7th on the European Tour Race to Dubai last year. 7 top 10 finishes. As we go to 6.
And Benjamin Hebert for birdie at this par 5. 33-year-old from France, rolling it right in, having himself a pretty good first day here. That birdie Helps offset a couple of back-to-back bogeys, so to +1 with 3 holes left for a bear.
And now Wiesberger trying to get within 1 of our leader, Rory McIlroy.
And you mentioned what a quality sand play that was from the front bunker. And the ball was sitting down. I was very impressed with how quickly he got the ball to stop this back up the hill. A very makeable look.
Like he pushed it a little bit to me, Justin. More of a push than a misread.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That didn't look like a great stroke. To 9.
Abraham Answer, one final chance here at birdie. He made 3 on his opening 9, all pars on the second 9, but this to get within 3 of McIlroy. So it'll be all pars on this 9 for Answer. Still 1 under. Good round for the man who was born in McAllen, Texas, but grew up here in Mexico. Plays under that flag. Back over to DeChambeau.
And trying to convert this for birdie here at the par 5.
Should be just a little bit of right to left break in this.
Okay, so a good putt, good birdie for DeChambeau. Pulls within 1 of our leader, Rory McIlroy. We'll be right back.
Hideki Matsuyama at the 14th, par 4, his second shot. Even for the day. How about that from Hideki? 7th entering the day in the FedEx Cup points race. 21st in the official World Golf Rankings. This is Dustin Johnson. A birdie chance on his final hole of the day. It's been a rough day for him. That is what's left for par on his final hole, and I don't know if he can believe it. Taking a look at where it went and where it should have gone. The defending champion, he's won 2 of the 3 events here in Mexico over the last 3 years. Mark Leishman's 4th shot. On 14. Leishman gets it up there close. Let's go to 9. Francesco Molinari, the Italian, 25th in the official World Golf Rankings, entering this tournament. A birdie try. Needs a turn late. Didn't quite get it. Good pace on it. And Molinari was perfect back in the 2018 Ryder Cup. Remember, he was 5-0.
The leader and the #1 ranked player in the world coming off his latest birdie to take the lead by himself. Good shape to attack the stick at 9.
Only 124 yards. The flag is on 8 and just 3 from the right.
You might want to keep it just a shade left of the hole, but that's it. Otherwise, it's pretty much go right at it.
He's going after it. It's a good one by Rory. Another birdie chance for him. Well, last year, Tiger created quite a stir when he played here in Mexico, and he created an even bigger stir after this second shot at this 9th hole from the fairway bunker, which they will remember forever.
Look at that finish. This is Tiger the artist.
Oh, wow! What a shot! Just ricochets back toward the hole. I mean, he sets you up. He goes through the whole rehearsal. You know what he's going to do, but you say to yourself, is he going to do this again?
Well, you got the artist and the engineer, and this right here is full-blown artist.
And when the artist creates a masterpiece like that, you get a plaque for it. This was installed before this championship this year, in the second round last year from that fairway bunker from 134 yards. That blew our minds, that shot.
What an imagination, what an ability to put side spin on a golf ball like nobody I've ever seen. And this guy here, Gary Woodland, can hit these wedges, Roger.
Yep, just 107. If the distance is right, this looks pretty good.
Is that going to come back? It should. But we were out there at that ninth, and we were right by that bunker, and you're looking at that tree going, how do you get that much curve from the fairway bunker from where he was? It was just crazy. There's that tree jutting out, as
plaque-worthy.
So many do. Plaque-worthy indeed for Tiger last year. Rory leads by 1.
Justin Thomas with a par chance on 14. Gets it to fall. Justin Thomas entered the week first in the FedEx Cup points race. He won it back in 2017 also. Here's Ches Reavie on the 17th with a birdie putt. Had enough, just a little bit to the right. And a tap-in par for Ches Reavie. Let's go to the 6th. And a birdie try for Harding on a par 5. 1 under for the day, and he'll stay there. I'll have to tap in, though, from a foot away. We move to the 9th. Where Tommy Fleetwood is taking a good look at it from just off the green in the rough. 3rd shot. Fleetwood finished 2nd in 2017 here in Mexico City. Bad bounce for him. Dribbles out to the left, and another 3 feet to go for Fleetwood. Here's your leaderboard in the WGC Mexico Championship. Rory McIlroy alone at the top, 5 under. DeChambeau making a move. Bubba Watson, both at 4 under in round 1. The world's #1 player, Rory McIlroy, leads the way early in the WGC Mexico Championship. He's still on the course, 5 under in round 1.
Final hole for this star-studded group at the 9th. Gary Woodland will play here after his 3rd bogey on this second 9. So he had it going right alongside McIlroy on that front 9, but this would do a lot in getting him to the house, Raj, with 1 final birdie here to get it back to 2 under.
Yeah, and a putt that's slightly downhill should go a little to his right, but a very good look and birdie.
Not enough speed.
No, and it dies pretty big time to the right. As we just saw in your head is your Gary Woodland. You fully expect to make that.
So Woodland had it to 3 under, but then again some stumbles down the stretch here. 1 under round of 70. And McIlroy has a chance to push it to 6 under. And just to kind of recap some of his incredible play lately, this is going to be his 10th score of 67 or lower in 17 rounds on the PGA Tour this season. He's just been in one of those windows, probably the best window of his career consistency-wise.
He's got all 3 facets of the game going. He's driving at a mile and straight, and he's putting like a genius, huh, Roger? This is going to go a little right, I think. Oh, he's planning to go left.
Yeah, I think it's going to go a little left. The whole green kind of feeds that way.
Yeah, that's a good look.
Yeah! Wow, making it the last. McIlroy with a little exclamation point to his opening round of this WGC Mexico Championship, a trophy that he's trying to have to complete the sweep of the 4 WGCs. He was in it last year with Dustin Johnson. And Rory McIlroy is right there at the top by 2 now over Watson in the clubhouse with his 67. By the way, Dustin Johnson shot 76 earlier today. It's his first round over par at Chapultepec. In the 12 previous played, all were subpar. So it was just one of those, hopefully, aberrations for Dustin Johnson here. He had a tough time. Now Fleetwood, who kind of got things going on his second 9, ends up with a 1 under round of 70 after at one point he was +2 deep into the opening 9, but brings it back. Fleetwood 5 back. Over to the 7th.
And this was a moment ago. Colin Morikawa for a birdie. See, he's even par for the day. No longer. He's now 1 under.
All right, so the latter stages of this opening round, and McIlroy has showed you why he's Rory McIlroy. Another birdie to end it. Round of 65, 6 under, free flowing even amid these tight frame tree lined fairways. But when the confidence is high for Rory McIlroy, he's just about unbeatable.
Carlos Ortiz on the 14th, second shot. About 170 to go. One of 2 Mexican players in this tournament, and a really nice shot for Carlos Ortiz, who spent the last 3 years coming to this event as a spectator, and now he's in. Here's Westwood on the 15th. 3 back of the leader, Rory McIlroy, and a lengthy putt coming. There's John Rahm, the fiery Spaniard, 3 over today. Here's Webb Simpson on the 15th, 2 over for the day. It's his 3rd shot. A lot of green to work with. Simpson going right at it, drifting left at the last moment. He's had a good season so far on the PGA Tour. Adam Scott, winner last week in Los Angeles. Scott finds the green, spins it back though, and he's got a lot left.
And we're back here at 16, where Bryson DeChambeau is playing his second up the hill at this par 4. Oh, he's yelling for it to go. It's got to get up to that upper level. Look out. Wow. That's some serious spin, Paul.
It's some serious spin, and it's a serious misjudge there for Bryson. And that's where the good attitude comes in, because you're going to make mistakes here.
Over at 15.
And Lee Westwood trying to get to 4 under par. This for birdie from the back part of the green. Back up the hill, just not enough pace. So he will remain at 3 under par.
See McIlroy on top there at 6 under, and just to reiterate his stellar play as we look at another Pacific Live summary, Rory has just been residing in the top 10 and inside the top 10 at 13 of his last 14 rounds on the PGA Tour. Bubba Watson, who's just a couple back, tied for second right now, has earned the 3rd most FedEx Cup points at this event since 2009. He's poised to add more. And we mentioned that Dustin Johnson had a rough day today. First time in 13 career rounds here. Over par. But McIlroy shot 63 in the first round last year to grab the opening round lead, and he's going to have the lead again here after an opening round 65. Reed for par at 8.
Yeah, it's pretty much straight in, and that's a good 4. So Patrick Reed remains at 3 under, but now finds himself 3 shots off the lead. All right, over at 16. DeChambeau to play his third, Bones.
Well, he's got a lot of options here, Gary, as you know. Certainly one is to bump one into the hill in front of him that he spun it off. Try and take some speed off it and have it release the hole from there, or he can take this up in the air and fly it all the way back to this back part of the green.
Yeah, let's see what he elects to do. He's trying to go up.
He is. Tried to hit that spinner, just flew it up top. Just a little shy in terms of how far he flew that in the air.
So DeChambeau with a lengthy putt for a par there. He's at 4 under. He's 2 shots off the lead. Rory McIlroy, 6 under par, 65, currently holding the lead here in the opening round of the WGC Mexico Championship. And we'll hear from Rory McIlroy when we come back.
Let's go to the 17th tee box. Lucas Herbert. 3 over for the day. That's in the green side bunker and deep. John Rahm on the fringe. A birdie chance at 14. Just not enough. 2 feet away for Rahm. He'll mark it and take a look at it. Let's go back to the 17th tee. Kurt Kitayama. 2-time winner on the European Tour. He was among those in that 6-way playoff at the Turkish Airlines Open. This flies the green. To the 14th, a birdie chance. 5 over day for Ortiz. He needs it to bend left. Good pace, and he gets it to go. Nice putt from Ortiz. Tae-hee Lee from South Korea has 4 previous PGA Tour starts, including the 2020 HSBC champions. He finished tied for 65th. He's on the green here at 17. Adam Scott trying to save par, and that's a lot of work left. He's going to bogey here. Rory McIlroy had a 65 to open in Mexico.
Back in Mexico City, the WGC Mexico Championship. The man atop the board has the 1 and the 1 in the official World Golf ranking as well. A beautiful 65 for Rory McIlroy. What was working so well for you out there?
I putted a little better today than I did in Riviera last week. And I took advantage of how I drove the ball. Drove the ball well. Took advantage of the par 5s. And yeah, I made 1 bogey. I misjudged a lie on the 4th hole there, but apart from that, just a really solid round of golf.
You started on the 10th, so let's go to the highlights right now and go right to the 11th. Here's your second shot. This was a beauty.
Yeah, it was a 4-iron from like 275. Yeah, it was really good. I was in between 4-iron and the rescue I'm carrying, but the wind just died down a touch, and I was able to hit a good 4-iron in there. And
you reiterate 275 and 4-iron, is that right? Okay, just checking.
Sort of what the 4-irons go on this week, which is nice. And then yeah, it was really nice to hold this putt, see this putt go in early on. That's one of the things I wasn't doing last week at Riviera, so to see a putt go in early was nice.
So we're going to fast forward all the way to the front side. Now here's your birdie putted too. It's interesting, last week Kikuyu greens, this week Kikuyu as well. How much does that help you this week that you saw a little bit of this last week at Riviera?
Yeah, it does. It prepared us. You know, it's a little softer here than it was in Riviera, especially at the weekend, but yeah, I went back to my old putter this week. I was trying a new putter last week that was 35 inches. Went back to my old one, which is 34, which I used all last year, and you know, it worked pretty well last year. So gonna keep it in the bag, and it worked really well today.
So you see that birdie putt there at 8. When you do switch putters, what are you looking for in that regard?
Yeah, so for me, it was sometimes my right arm position can get a bit high, and the 35, with it being a bit longer, my right elbow just sort of tucks in a little bit better. But it just, on right to left putts, it just felt as if the putter felt a little too long. But this was really nice, a little downhiller, a little right to left in this, and obviously a nice way to finish off the day. So yeah, happy to have the Old Faithful back in the bag, and it worked well today.
We had a long conversation last year. You played so well, but you got beat. There's two ways of not getting a victory on the PGA Tour. You either lose or you get beat. Last year you got beat by Dustin Johnson. So how much do you come back to a place like this with good vibes, knowing that you've played so well here in the past?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the first year we came here in 17, I think I had the lead after 36. I didn't end up winning, but played well. Last year finished second, and then obviously off to a good start this year. So I like this place. I like the golf course. I've always played pretty well at altitude for whatever reason that is, and yeah, you know, as you said, I got beat last year. I didn't lose. I played pretty well, you know, and hopefully this year I can go one better.
Good luck tomorrow. Thanks for the time, Rory.
Thanks, Steve.
Let's go back out to 16
and see if DeChambeau can make this putt for par to remain at 4 under. Right to left. Did he hit it? Oh, that is not a good bogey, Paul, when you're sitting there with a short iron in your hand.
Yeah, and he left the flag in for insurance, I suppose, and still came
Still left it short, yeah. All right, back at 15.
And this is Justin Thomas with his third shot at the par 5. He's got it on the upslope here, so he can throw it up in the air. Excellent play there. Has a propensity to hole out around Club de Golf Chapultepec. Threw it straight up in the air. Thankful for the uphill lie there. And it's an easy birdie for Justin Thomas to get to 3 under par. Well, as day 1 winds down, Rory McIlroy ahead by 2.
15th, Hideki Matsuyama, birdie try. Drains it on the right edge. Matsuyama's second birdie of the day. Had one way back on 1. Here's Wiesberger. He's had a nice opening round. Par putt on 16. Made that one look easy. Patrick Reed is on his final hole of the day. He started on the back today. He's on the 9th hole currently. And he is 1 under on this front 9. Officially his back 9 today. Had a birdie on 1, and he's parred ever since. Taking a good long look at it. Patrick Reed, tied for 14th in this tournament a year ago. And that's just shy of the greenside bunker and short of the green, but he'll have a good look at it at least. Rory McIlroy with an opening round 65, 6 under. Leads the way. Bubba Watson is in the clubhouse with a 67. The rest of the leaderboard, a nice opening round of the WGC Mexico Championship at Chapultepec in Mexico City.
Bernd Wiesberger at the 17th. Just 3 back.
Just a pitching wedge from 175 yards. Got to legislate for a big first bounce. Oh, and that is really going to be short-sighted now. That hole is just a few yards, 4 yards from the right, and everything runs away. So just go for the flag stick from that bunker.
Here's a good look at that hole location. We'll keep it right here for DeChambeau. Also at that 300 number, Bones.
Yeah, certainly a little disappointed coming off 16 green, making bogey with a short iron.
And here we go with Top Tracer, powered by Top Golf for Bryson.
Very clean contact, but turning left to the flag.
Gets it to check up on the back there, but not too much of a problem for DeChambeau. Seems like he's in a good mood. This was a moment ago at 14. Shane Lowry, Open champion from Royal Portrush.
Yeah, what a performance that was in really adverse conditions, especially on Sunday. That wind came up.
Taps in there to remain a +1. 16 we go.
Yeah, aggressive play here by Justin Thomas with driver.
It certainly is, Gary. He's had decent control over it. This one seems like it's maybe just a shade right.
No.
Right down the middle.
Shade right over the trees, past the fairway bunker. Really good. All right, Lee Westwood found the trees off the tee to the right. So second shot into this front greenside bunker. Long bunker shot now, Paul. And this sand is new. It's thick. Hard to carry the ball a long way.
It is. He's got to carry it all the way over the ridge that Bryson spun it back down. And
that's the danger.
Getting
too close to the ball. Carry it too far. And now he's got work left to only drop a shot.
Yeah, bogey would be a good score now.
All right, back to the tee. Mark Leishman playing the hole the way most people do, Noda.
Yeah, Hideki Matsuyama just teed off before him. He played the same layup shot down the left side. It means a huge amount of fairway with the type of club they have in their hand, so it's usually a foregone conclusion, just like this one, that they're going to stripe one down the middle and then just rely on the short iron coming into the green.
Back 1 to 15.
And Adam Scott here with his second at the par 5, 215 yards back up the hill, coming off a double bogey at the 14th.
How do you make a double bogey with that swing, Justin?
I'm not sure. It's hard to imagine him ever missing a green, and hits it right in the middle of the green here at the par 5. Leave himself with about 50 feet for eagle.
All right, here's the bunker shot for Wiesberger.
It's a hard one, Bones. Only 4 players out of 6 have been able to even get it. Well, they've all made bogey from here. 4 out of 6 have made bogey.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to land this short of the putting surface. That lands just on. He's hit the flag. That's about as good as he could do, considering he flew it on the green.
Just see how much that thing slopes away. Here's a good look at that. He hit a nice shot.
He did. Just about got it to bang into the stick, but from that short range and that kind of slope, it's tough to stop it other than have a ruck with his black stick. So Wiesberger was once at the top, leading this championship. Now finds himself kind of scrambling here. 3 back of McIlroy and faced with a long par putt upcoming. Bryson DeChambeau is circling.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit before Bryson gets ready to go here, but he's got a very makeable look here, just a little bit over 30 feet, but back up the hill. He can be aggressive. Shouldn't be a whole lot of turn in it.
He's looking pretty good, though, huh, Bones? He's hit a couple just enormous tee shots since you've been out there with him.
Yeah, he reminds me of my old boss Phil, in that he seems to really get a kick out of pounding one off the tee.
It does give him a charge. Gives him a little extra jolt. That's been the stated goal. Zing said, you're going to watch me get bigger. I'm going to transform before your very eyes. And my goal is to create club head speed, create an advantage, and get length. And he's done it.
He has done it. At the start of the show, I mentioned that he hit a tee shot, according to TrackMan, on the driving range, 397 yards in the air. And yeah, that's power.
Well, he has been hitting some monster drives, not just here in this high altitude, but in this continued bulk up that we've seen.
I wonder if he's gone up more than 1 shirt size.
All right, Patrick Reed hit his second shot way short of the green here. And so I think this is a par attempt. He was way back even after his tee shot and left the second way short and pitched up here to this point.
Yeah, not sure what happened off the tee, but he was miles back. Looked like he was hitting 6 or 7 iron into the ninth, and Bubba Watson just had 38 yards to 9. So this is a tricky putt here. This is the same one that Rory McIlroy made.
Reed won this championship when it was played back at Doral back in 2014 when he had those that comment. He told me Saturday night when I asked him, I said, you think you're one of the top 5 players in the world? And he said, oh yeah. This was when he was kind of not as well known as he is today. He was working his way up in the world golf rankings, ended up winning the championship.
There's just a little bit.
He's going to drop one here. And he's still not in for bogey. Back at 17 for Wiesberger, hoping to not drop one. Wiesberger at one point atop that board after 3 straight birdies at 10, 11, and 12 at 4 under, but then the bogey at 14, trying to avoid another one here.
Well, this should be pretty straight. Good look at it. Oh, and it broke a good full hole and a half to the left.
So that's going to be his second bogey in the last 4 holes. Drops to 2 under, now 4 back of McIlroy.
And over here at 16, Dan, this is Garcia with a par putt. Missed the green well left. Pitch to that possession, and that's a good save. So Garcia, after the triple bogey back at the 7th hole, has played 2 under par golf since. Over at the 7th.
And this is Erik van Rooyen a moment ago from the front part of the, just off the front edge of the green, pitching it up over the little shelf right there. Now down the hill. And for the man who's turning 30 tomorrow, that's an early birthday gift.
Yes, it is. That was just perfect speed, Justin. These guys just, they pitch the ball with such nice pace.
Well, you see how he had that eagle at the first, one of just 2 eagles at this opening hole. And this was Van Rooyen adding to Paul Casey's eagle. Wasn't his opening hole since they are teeing off both sides, but an eagle for Van Rooyen at the first. As he made the turn. Over at 16 we go.
This is Westwood now for his bogey. Remember the 3rd over the green. Played a really nice pitch to here, Paul.
Yes, he did.
Off some bare ground, so just managing to drop 1 shot. Remains at 2 under. Back to 15.
And Adam Scott in a similar position to the one Bryson DeChambeau was in. Left his putt a good 8-10 feet short. And zing, nobody can get this putt the speed right.
They can't even come close. I mean, no one's gotten it within 5 or 6 feet, really, Justin. Not sure why that is. It's severely uphill. These greens are tricky. I mean, there's all kinds of movement in every single one of them. They're complicated.
All right, over here at 16, Justin Thomas, what does he have left after driving off the tee, Noda?
That was just an impressive tee shot to 77 yards. But as you know, Gary, this is a tough green from this yard. There's going to be a big first hop. We saw him mismanage one at the 10th. He's got to do a little bit better here to get inside close.
Directly into the sun. Well, he did it pretty nicely. Got quite a bit of spin on it. Paul, I love how soft his arms are on those shots. Nice and smooth, gradual acceleration. So really well judged there. Good look for birdie for Justin Thomas to get it to 4 under. It will play through this break.
Adam Scott at 15 for a birdie. Missed it left, and a little bit remaining to save par here for Adam Scott, who's 3 over for the day. Gets that one to fall. He's got 3 bogeys on the back 9 today. Here's Lee. birdie try on 18. Not enough. A few inches away for Tae Lee. And he'll tap in for par to end his day at 8 over. Let's head to the 15th green and John Rahm. Birdie rattles it in. That gets him to 2 over for the day. He had 3 bogeys on the front today. That's his first birdie in round 1. Kitayama with a par try from the fringe. Kurt Kitayama with a bogey-filled day today, 5 over. Kitayama just missed the putt left. Tap in will go, and he finished the day 5 over. Here's the leaderboard. Rory McIlroy with a 65 to get it started. 6 under, leading the way. Bubba Watson had a nice second part of the day to move up the board into second place. Wiesberger was up there near the top earlier. 4 shots off the lead currently. Still on the course. Lee Westwood as well. Rafa Cabrera Bello started strong. He finished the day at even par.
Here's Westwood off the tee at 17. Coming off that bogey at 16 to slip back to 2 under. That stays safely on the Kikuyu.
He's got to deal with just enough of that fringe. He might chip it.
And as the shadows lengthen here at Chapultepec, you look right into the sun here at 18 like Wiesberger's doing, Bones.
Yeah, and he's the one guy in his threesome that did not hit driver off the tee, so he's a good, gee whiz, 50, 60, 70 yards behind the guys he's playing with. But with 145 total, he still has a chance here if he can get this ball behind the flag to spin it back off the backboard. Boy, this has got to go. This seems short.
You're right, Bones. Well short.
That's part of it. That's part of playing in altitude.
Let's go to 16.
And Justin Thomas with a chance to reach 4 under.
And this coming from the back part of this green, Gary, it's going to just carry a tiny bit of pace, which is going to force him to be a little bit cautious on the speed, and he's got to incorporate just a touch more break because of it, and it's going to move from left to right.
Nice. Justin Thomas's 5th birdie of the day against just 1 bogey. Moves him to 4 under and within 2 of McIlroy's lead.
Yep, you've got the #1 ranked player and the number
1 in the FedEx Cup points. Yeah. Nice.
4th ranked player in the world as well, Justin Thomas is. And so Matthew Fitzpatrick is looking at the numbers, making the calculations.
And because he's not quite as long as DeChambeau, who's basically driven it about 15 yards short of the green, Fitzpatrick's got a bit of a tweener here in terms of what he can do spin-wise, where he's going to land this ball. It's a little bit downhill, if you will. So he's really going to have to nip one to keep it around the hole.
Kudos to Fitzpatrick, Bones. He nipped that one nicely. Not going to come back, but he got off to a tough start. Went out in 4 over 39, but is coming back here in 3 under, so turning it around nicely. Here's Garcia at the 17th. That tough bunker shot, and he got too cute with it.
Well, he's the 8th guy in that bunker, and 6 of the 8 have made bogey. And now he's got his hands full here just to make a bogey now. He's getting it close from here is almost impossible.
Garcia recorded a triple bogey earlier at the par 3 7th, and he is on his way to maybe a pretty big number here. So he's there in 3.
As we zip up to 18 and DeChambeau, who came up
what a drive.
Well short. Actually, he's a great shape as he ripped it down here.
Yeah, he hammered it off the tee, came off with a big smile on his face. But again, this is no easy pitch shot here. He's either going to have to bump it or bring something in really soft. He's looking like he's bumping. No, he takes it up top. Let's see if he can get to stop. And, you know, I think I love driver off the tee when the pin's in the back, but when you do it to the front flags, you're ultimately leaving a shot that you can't keep around the hole a lot of the time.
What was the distance on that drive, Bones? Did you get a number on that, or we'll work on it here as well? That was
350 up the hill minimum. I mean, it was roasted.
That was torched. Here's Webb Simpson putting through the Kikuyu and then onto the Poana. This guy's been on a nice roll of his own. And back to 18. Wiesberger came up short.
This man plays about as fast as anybody I've seen in a long time. Very scratchy last hour, and he is making a bit of a mess of this hole at the moment, as easy as it's playing.
Yeah, he was going around so well there in that stretch in the middle of his round, Bones, and then has hit the skids here. So you got Wiesberger, quick player, and DeChambeau, a deliberate player.
Quite.
So there's a bit of a contrast there.
Well, we had a little leaderboard gravity there when Wiesberger got up there, but who knows?
Here's Westwood putting through that tricky, sticky fringe.
Webb Simpson gave him a good look. Yeah.
Decent run there by Westwood. Settled for par, remained at 2 under. 4 birdies, couple of bogeys for Lee Westwood. 25-time winner on the European Tour. And here's DeChambeau over at the 18th, trying to finish up strong.
Yeah, certainly would love to pay off that tee ball. And this guy, as long as it does take him ultimately to finally roll the ball in the greens, he is a particularly good greens reader. I think especially when you get outside of 20 feet, he seems to be one of those guys that plays absolutely max break and keeps him around the hole.
Well, we're going to break out of here while DeChambeau looks over that. Head back over to Garcia, 17 for bogey. This would be a good 4, but not going to happen.
Boy, the par 5s got a hold of Sergio Garcia today.
Triple and a double there. DeChambeau for birdie.
Yeah, I meant par 3s there on Sergio, of course.
Now the big drive by DeChambeau of 352 yards by our calculations. It clipped Bubba for the longest at 18. Bubba had the honor there at 345 for a while. But DeChambeau in there in good shape, 3 under. And back over for double for Sergio. So he had the 7 at the 7th, had the triple, and a double here at 17. Yeah, the 6 of score at the 7th, and then the 5 at 17. That'll wreck your round.
It'll wreck it
in a hurry.
2 holes, 5 over par. The rest of the course under.
Meantime, Webb Simpson hanging around at +1. Still 7 back of Rory's beautiful 65. And a guy that has played his way into a tie for 2nd, Justin Thomas, now on the tee at 17.
And you can see he shifted his ball all the way to the right-hand side of this tee, trying to create as direct angle as possible to this back left hole location. Little help up there. Justin hits it pretty straight, maybe with a little bit of cut spin on it, so he can go right after it, and the wind will just hold it right on line if he's able to connect solidly.
He's got to land this about 20 feet short of the hole, Noda.
That's a good call. I was thinking right in that 168 range would be a perfect number to land it. It sounded really clean, and it's on a nice line. Too much carry?
Yep. Again, you got to bounce it in there.
Landed about 10 feet short of the hole. It need to be 30 feet short of the hole with that hop.
And Jordan Spieth for birdie here at 15. Hit his second shot in the front left bunker. Pretty good bunker shot to this point. Pours that one in. Gets him back to 2 over par for the day.
And back at 17. Matsuyama. Have a look at Hideki, our top tracer, powered by Top Golf.
And watch this top tracer. Hideki's found his swing a little bit this last couple holes. This thing won't have a lot of bend on it.
See what he learned from Justin Thomas's ball. Oh, and that stopped on a dime. So unpredictable, the bounce off the Poana grass.
So a par attempt for Wiesberger to avoid another bogey coming home. And that will be 3 in the last 5 holes for Wiesberger, who again at one point had the lead at 4 under. And now Leishman over at 17.
And back-to-back sixes at 14 and 15 kind of been the tale of his day, and so he's been struggling just a bit, and not a great swing here either.
Kind of got away with it. Back over to 15.
And this is Sung Kang for a birdie here at the par 5. Going back up the hill. So pours that one in. So a rough start to the week for Sung Kang and Jordan Spieth, but these guys finishing up their first rounds. Rory McIlroy with an impressive 6 under 65. Justin Thomas chasing just 2 behind when we come back.
Adam Scott has 2 WGC championships in his past, back in 2011 in the St. Jude at Firestone and Akron, and at Doral in this tournament in 2016. Adam Scott today 3 over. He's on the green on number 16. Last week, Adam Scott, the winning putt at Riviera, the Genesis Invitational. Tosses the ball into the crowd, and that's a nice mantelpiece for Adam Scott. And the biggest mover up the FedEx Cup standings after last week. Adam Scott was 108th heading into Los Angeles. This week, 16th. Kuchar made a big move as well. Sung Kang is in this group this weekend in Mexico City. Adam Scott trying to bounce back here late in the opening round. Here's the birdie try. Good pace, but a little left. It turned on him at the end. And Adam Scott will have some work to do the rest of the day today and starting tomorrow. They'll let Adam Scott tap in, the 2013 Masters champion, at 3 over for the day. What a round for Rory McIlroy, 65, leading the way. 2 players at 4 under, including Justin Thomas, who's still on the course. Rory McIlroy had a fine opening round of 65, 6 under for the day. Justin Thomas and Bubba Watson at 4 under. Thomas still has some work to do today in Mexico City.
The National Museum of Anthropology is the largest, most visited museum in Mexico, and it really is a must-see stop for all tourists. You can learn about the history as well as the culture of Mexico while discovering some pretty fascinating facts about the Aztec and Mayan civilizations at the National Museum of Anthropology. And we go back out to the 17th, behind the green for Justin Thomas's second.
Soft arms again. You know, the pace of his arms actually matched the pace that ball leaves. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
How many times have we seen that? It's going to be a nice save for Thomas. He's going to remain 2 back at 4 under.
What a touch for JT.
And on the 7th tee, this is 25-year-old Matthias Schwab. This was a moment ago. Young player played his college golf at Vanderbilt. 237-yard par 3 today. Lands it in a great spot. Gets it back there all the way just past hole high, about 9 feet to 17.
What a bear of a par 3, Justin. Goodness. Now over to 17 here in Matsuyama with a pretty good look.
And just not quite enough to get there, but all in all, pretty steady round for Hideki. All pars besides two birdies and a bogey, so pretty steady round. Simpson squinting into the late afternoon sun at 18.
He's got a beautiful backstop here. He has turned into some player, this Webb Simpson.
Winner in Phoenix this year earlier. Second on the FedEx Cup standings. 8th ranked player in the world. A nice shot.
You know, when he first came on tour, he didn't seem strong enough almost, and boy, that has changed. He really amps up the speed now.
Leishman got away with his tee shot at 17 and capitalizes, and you can see the smile there, like, wasn't my best off the tee, but it's still a birdie 2. Now Lee Westwood over at 18 with his second. Love watching this guy.
Me too.
Compress the golf ball.
Yep. That divot came off a good 3 or 4 inches in front of the ball. You know, the ball gets past the hole here at 18, and it can go to the left like Westwood's, or it can go to the right. Best just go right at it.
Now Garcia coming off his latest big number. The doubled at 17. Trying to get a look here.
See what kind of divot Sergio takes. He's known for his wedge skills. It's a perfect angle to see. Some of these guys will hit this shot from 90 yards without even making a divot, but if he does make one, it'll come off ahead of the ball. That sounded great. Let's see if it's any good. It's got to spin, and it's not gonna. Flew it way too far, hit the downslope. That will be the fastest putt on the course, just about.
To the 8th.
And just a moment ago, Scotty Scheffler played this second shot. Some 207 yards. Scheffler, one of those guys who got into the field as an alternate this week. And boy, you talk about utilizing the slope in the green. Nicely done. And we go to 18.
Justin Thomas getting ready to go here.
Just waiting for one of the balls to land at 17 green, just in case there was a huge roar. It seems to be cleared up right now. Justin's going to try and squeeze his tee shot in between players at the 17th tee.
Well, if he can drive it in the fairway on 16, he ought to be able to hit this fairway. It's one of the widest fairways on the course. It's going with a 3-wood, it looks like.
Beautiful swing here. Wind now pushing this right toward the right center part of this fairway.
That is hammered right up the right side. What about this 379-yard par 4 finishing hole, Zing?
This hole looks straight if the tee's over there on the right, but it is a little dogleg for the players. These bunkers protect the hole pretty well. Most of the players are blasting it way over the bunker, though. If you guys laying up, and then you got a nice backstop behind this relatively simple green that faces the players.
Now Hideki.
A little bit more conservative here is going to come up well short. Beautiful drive, though. Right to left spin on it. Should be nice.
Yep, lays it back there. Well back at Justin Thomas. And he's going to have a chance for a finishing birdie to get a little closer to McIlroy as we're going to play through once again from WGC Mexico Championship.
Sergio Garcia with a birdie chance. Needs a turn, just a little bit shy. He has 3 birdies on the day, but has a double and a triple bogey as well. Here's Schwab at the 7th. Right around the left edge. Scotty Scheffler, 3 over for the day. Can trim that with a birdie try, and he does. Let's go back to the 18th. And Webb Simpson. Westwood's taking a long look. Webb Simpson is helping clean some things on the green. And Westwood appears he'll go first. Just inside of 18 feet for birdie. Got 2 under for the day. Looking to move to 3. Lee Westwood with a birdie try on 18. Too strong. From about 18 feet, a couple of feet remaining to save par. Rory McIlroy had a nice opening round, 65. 6 under, Justin Thomas and Bubba Watson at 4 under, 2 shots back. Thomas still on the course, the only one left on the leaderboard, at least in the top 8.
Back at 17 is John Rahm. Has not exactly been his day, +2. Had 3 early bogeys on his opening 9. Brought it back here on the backside, playing 1 under golf. And he gets that to check up at 17, so he'll have a birdie run there. And back at 18, we've got Webb Simpson here for birdie.
He had a pretty nice little shot in here, giving himself a real chance. Got Paul Sartori in there giving him a second opinion. Yeah, he likes it. When the belly putter got banned, it affected Webb Simpson about as much as anybody. He figured out how to run that shaft up his arm like Kuchar. Not a very good putt.
Nope. He's got a little work left coming back.
He's not. Oh, I didn't think he was even going to mark that.
Oh, whoa, a little fumble there. Go back over to 16.
And watch Sung Kang play his second up the hill into the sun.
I got you, Gary.
Okay, good. Last guy in the field, Dan.
Yeah.
And when Tony Finau withdrew, coming off his second place finish last week at the Genesis Open there at Riviera. Let's go back to 18.
Yeah, so there's an opportunity even more so for these guys at this big World Golf Championship, including Lee Westwood, who makes his par. You know, I had 8 guys not elect to play here, including Tiger, as we mentioned, Brooks Koepka, but the field is still stellar with 7 out of the top 10 in the world, 42 out of the top 50.
And again, smaller field, 72, no cut, 550 FedEx Cup points. So be a lot of happy guys here gaining some FedEx Cup points after their trip to Mexico.
Well, these guys are all freelancing out here and they can play when they want, but still a little surprised you'd skip an event like this, especially with that FedEx Cup $15 million prize at the end of the year. I'd be racking up as many points as I could.
Everybody's, you know, they set their own schedules right, and Tiger did not have a very good appearance at Riviera, to say the least, last week. And so he's got to kind of regather, you know, gather himself again before he makes the big push to the first major of the year. And he's got the Players Championship coming up that he wants to get ready for as well. Bay Hill comes right before that on the schedule, so we look forward to all those
next week's in
great events coming up. Yep.
Next week's in Tiger's backyard. So, but he hasn't played 2 in a row in a while.
Here's Rahm trying to get something going here late in this round, and a deuce for the Spaniard. And he hears it. He likes to think of it as almost a home crowd for him. Spanish speaking, and Rahm has embraced it. Has played very well here. Hasn't been quite his day today, but 2 birdies in the last 3 holes alongside that big gallery there. And Ortiz is coming up next for par. Again, born in Guadalajara, Mexico, spectator here for the last few years, and a dream come true to play in this championship for the first time at the age of 28. They had a new criteria the PGA Tour did when they put into play last summer. So if the high ranked player for Mexico is otherwise exempt, the next highest gets in, and that got Carlos Ortiz into the field because Abraham Answer qualified. So they're very good friends, played in the practice rounds here together. That was not a great effort there by Carlos, but nonetheless enjoying his stay here in Mexico. Back over to 18 from Matsuyama.
There's a big high wedge shot. Oh yeah,
man, that's how you do it. I don't know if you can see it. Look how far Thomas is out there. Some 50 yards ahead of Matsuyama. But that's Justin Thomas's mentality, right? We talked about it at the top of the show. Some guys have learned that the best way for them to play this narrow tree line course at high altitude is to take driver and whale away.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that kind of course the first time you walk on it. Seems like a precision, you know, kind of a course. Now here he is after that beautiful wedge shot just a moment ago.
Remember the shot he,
beautiful tee shot.
Holed out when he got into the playoff with Mickelson. In fact, I got a feeling that had Justin Thomas been able to go on to win that tournament, they would have put a plaque out there.
Yeah.
Instead, Tiger got a plaque last year for the bunker shot that he hit at the 9th. So Justin Thomas will have one final birdie run to get one shot closer to Rory.
Here's Jordan Spieth on the 17th par 3. Two over for the day, and he's on the edge and into the rough just off the green. A lot of green to work with there for Spieth. He's trying to get his game back on track over the last couple of years. Leishman taking a walk up to the green. He's going to march back and make sure he has the right distance on this. A lot of math being done this week. Altitude, elevation. Leishman gets it on the green, but a good bit left for the Australian, who lives now in Virginia Beach, Virginia, his wife's hometown. There's Justin Thomas. A little housekeeping on the green. Let's go back to 17. This is Kang. The South Korean has one of the better shots of the day at 17. He was added after Tony Finau withdrew and Rory McIlroy. Rory McIlroy leads the way at 65 in the opening round, 6 under. Justin Thomas still on the course. Bubba Watson tied with him at 4 under, 2 shots off the lead. Plenty of players in contention. Very early in the WGC Mexico Championship in Mexico City.
As we move ahead to 18, we got Leishman for par. You got Hideki in there tight. You got Justin Thomas outside of Hideki to putt next after Leishman's par attempt.
Yeah, and it's been a wild ride here for Leishman. Tried to draw it around the corner off the tee and literally hit a duck hook into the trees. It bounced around in there and then kicked all the way right, all the way across the fairway. Had 250 yards in for a second, and now is just trying to keep the pieces together here at this point.
They lasered his tee shot, Noda, at 149 yards.
Ugh. Yeah, I think I might have been able to get that one. But it's been a bit of a struggle on the back nine today.
He's been all over the place. He's coming off a birdie at 17, but he's got 4 birdies, 4 bogeys, and the double at 14. So a mixed bag for the Aussie who won earlier this year, Torrey Pines. All right, Justin Thomas to get within 1 and post another low number here at Chapultepec.
And could not be putting from a better place. Slightly below the hole. He's going to be able to put a little bit of speed in, take some of the break out. The clubhouse is to Justin's right, so everything breaks away from there generally. So there should be a little right to left in this. Just got to trust it.
He's been so good from this length today. Very steady, pretty reliable. He hits all his putts with such a perfect pace. See if we can do it one more time.
He's low all the way.
Yeah, it looks straight from where he's standing, but you know that clubhouse is to his right, and we just, you know, I've played here a couple times, and you just gotta trust it that it will come from right to left.
So he's in that tie for second with Bubba Watson and Hideki. Just a little formality here to get in at 2 under with a round of 69. Matsuyama figuring to be a factor at this World Golf Championship, perhaps into the weekend. Joins the large group at 2 under. Jordan Spieth over at 17.
This ball took a big skip to get to here.
He has been all over the place as well. 4 bogeys, a double. He's got 4 birdies. That has just been kind of the recipe for Spieth as he continues to try to figure things out. Over to the 8th.
And Sebastian Munoz with his 3rd shot missed the fairway off the tee. Currently at 1 under, and well, that one should hang in there, so he'll have a good look at a chance to save par and remain at that score. Let's go to 18.
And Adam Scott.
Familiar setup, gets that grip in his left glove hand and walks in the same every single time. Going for a moonshot.
Yeah, that's about as accelerated as Adam Scott gets. Threw the ball, came up a little short. Back over to 17, we pick up Shane Lowry. He's playing over there with Jordan Spieth and Sung Kang. Steady day, mostly pars for the Open champion, and that'll keep him at +1. And back over to 18 for Ortiz. Best PGA Tour finish for this 28-year-old from Guadalajara, tie for second at Mayakoba. Last time competing in Mexico for him, so he had a good finish there.
Yeah.
And while they continue to chat things over there, we go back over to 17 and Sung Kang for birdie.
Oh, a heartbreaker.
So he will stay at +4. And here comes Carlos.
It's a good looking swing he's got. And that should feed back. Here it comes.
He's a member of the Guadalajara Country Club. We mentioned he was born there. And he often stays in touch with another famous member there, Lorena Ochoa. They've got a nice relationship there going. He talks about his golf game, looks for tips. And that would be one to go to get some tips. Ochoa. Here's Rahm now from that first cut. Just didn't have enough to get up onto the surface. And back at 17 for Spieth and his par. This has been part of the game that seemingly has been mostly shored up. So Spieth stays at +2. But the round of the day, Rory McIlroy shot 63 in the first round last year, 65 today as we open up his card. Zing, that was a thing of beauty highlighted by that eagle at 11.
Yeah, and the only blemish there at 13 or 4, excuse me.
Yep,
what a score.
65 for Rory. On top.
Meanwhile, across the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean in Puerto Rico, the Puerto Rico Open at Rio Grande, 300 FedEx Cup points to the winner, the defending champion Martin Traynor. And in the opening round today, Kyle Stanley had 9 birdies for an opening round 64 and 8 under. And there is a log jam at 6 under for second place. 7 players today had bogey-free rounds of golf, including a handful of those guys tied for second. Nice windy day in Puerto Rico. We come back to Mexico City, and we head to the 9th hole. Danny Willett's final hole of the day. He started on the front. Willett is on the green. Still moving for Willett. Jordan Spieth is on 17. This will be his second shot. A little runner. Not enough on it, though. And that's what's left for par for Spieth. Let's head to the 9th. Here's Perez with his second shot from the fairway. It's been a rough day at the office. 11 over for Perez. That's a pretty nice shot, though. A really nice shot. Spins it back to within a few feet.
Adam Scott took a long look at this third shot at 18.
It's a pretty simple shot. He needs to land it on the green, I think. Yes.
Kind of like that. So a nice tap-in par there it'll be for Adam Scott.
A little bit of a struggle for Adam. He 4-putted 14. 3-putted 15.
After that fine performance in LA last week, getting his 14th PGA Tour career win, and said at some point he thinks maybe he's got a chance to challenge Greg Norman's total of 20, the most for an Australian. We'll see. And Zavera coming out of the bunker at the 9th. It's been a bit of a long day for him. He's going to get in at plus 576. And back over to 18 for Rahm.
Laying that face open. Just cut right underneath it. Gunned it just a little bit. Just cut the legs right out from under that thing.
Back over at the 9th with the jogger pants on. Erik van Rooyen for birdie. We've seen this big left to right break at the 9th, and Van Rooyen judged it perfectly. How about this second 9 for Van Rooyen? He went out after teeing off at the 10th in 39, and he comes home in 31. That'll put a smile on your face. Now Ortiz, it's 18 for birdie.
Looking pretty good. It's nope.
So Carlos is going to tap in for a 75 in his first World Golf Championship in his homeland of Mexico. Big day for him as we send you back down to Steve Sands, and the guy tied for second right now.
That is right. That is Justin Thomas. Justin, you've shot 62 here, which was a course record, a 64 here as well. You played well again today. What is it about this course you like so much?
I don't know. It's a different course. You know, Alicia and I were talking about today. I've never played a place where I felt like today was tough. I've never played this place with this kind of wind. It just doesn't get this windy this often, but you can go so low, but man, if you're not playing well, you can shoot over par in a heartbeat. So it's pretty tough to manage your score, but I feel like we have a pretty good idea how far the ball goes, and that helps.
The wind was literally the second question I was going to ask you. We were talking to Bubba about that earlier. When you guys teed off, there was nothing, and then all of a sudden it kicked up. When that happens, how much do you have to change your game plan throughout the day?
You have to change a lot, because usually at altitude the wind doesn't affect it too much. But I mean, when you're hitting 6 irons from 240 over water, you're like, well, I hope is it going to affect it? Is it not? I mean, I hit a sandwich today. Jimmy and I were posing, looking at it, and landed like 10 yards short of the green. Like not even the hole. It wasn't even close. So it took us a little bit to kind of figure out that the ball did not go very far into the wind. But man, it goes downwind.
You play all over the world. How much do you enjoy representing not only you and your brand, but also the PGA Tour, playing here in Mexico and everywhere else you get to play in front of fans like this?
Yeah, it's awesome. Jimmy and I said it's really cool. I want to meet this kid. I've met him, but I don't know him very well. But he's followed us around the last 2 years. He knows Jimmy's name. He yells at Jimmy, yells at me. He looks like a tour pro out there. So, I feel like I have some sort of relationship with this little kid just from playing in this tournament. But, we get a lot of support from everybody, and it's great that we decided to come here to Mexico City.
We need to make sure we connect you guys if it's been going on that long.
He was wearing polo last year, Titleist hat. He looked the part. We got to hook him up.
Appreciate it, Justin.
Thanks, brother.
Let's go out to 18.
Oh, he's got the right clothes on, too. He's the perfect
that matters.
gallery follower. That's kind of what it's all about here. Growing the game in Mexico City. Jon Rahm with a nice putt to finish things off. Saves his par. And a +1 round of 72 for Rahm, who had designs on maybe taking over the top spot on the world if he was able to get up there past Rory McIlroy. But for the second straight year, it is going to be Rory on top after the first round. The latter stages of this first round of this WGC.
We're winding down in round number 1, and this is Kevin Na on the 9th. Birdie chance. He'll have to settle for a tap-in par to end his day. 2 birdies on the round today for Na. He started on the back 9 today. He had a birdie on 17 and then a birdie on 2, and he taps in here for a par. This is Jordan Spieth at 18, his second shot. Spieth trying to get things going. 2 over for the day, and that's not a way to get things going. Off a tree into a bunker. This is Willett on number 9 for birdie. Good pace, but just not the right direction, a little bit left. He's looking around for some help. He'll have to tap this one in. Shane Lowry in the 18th fairway, 1 over for the day. On the green, gets a spin to the left. And it's a pretty good setup for Lowry. Still rolling. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. The opening round was Rory McIlroy's day. 65. Thomas and Watson at 4 under. The world's #1 player, Rory McIlroy, leads the way through round 1. Justin Thomas and Bubba Watson right there. A handful of others 3 shots off the lead.
Just earlier, while we were in break, Sung Kang second at the par 4 18th.
Well, he stiffed it at 17.
It has been a day full of bogeys for Sung Kang, 7 in all, but a chance here to finish with which could be his 4th birdie of the day. So he's been all over the place. And over at the 9th, Victor Perez, 27-year-old, born in France, a part of this field, finishing up over at the 9th. It has been a long day for Victor, but 81 after the birdie at the 9th, his lone of the day.
And over at 8, we have Shugo Imahara from Japan. Par putt here. This guy was a star on the Japan Tour last year, had 2 wins and 5 runner-up finishes, the 27-year-old. As we go to 18.
And Jordan Spieth for par from long range. His closing round, remember Zinger at Pebble Beach, that 67 that he shot a couple of weeks ago. That was his best score on tour in a while, and it kind of got him into this field, into the top 50. And you thought, well, maybe that's just he'd be off and running, but struggles continue for Jordan. But there's Bryson DeChambeau taking care of his fans here, and you get on this golf course and you go across Chapultepec. They are out here by the hundreds. All the kids get in free. That's one of the great things about this championship, growing the game. The first tee of Mexico is about ready to open up another chapter. I believe it would be the 10th first tee chapter in this area. So kudos to all that have been a part of growing this game. And we're getting another good look at the best players in the world up close and personal. This is Shane Lowry for birdie at 18. It'll be just his 2nd of the day, not to be. Was there a better post-open celebration than Shane Lowry's last summer?
I doubt it.
After he won the Claret Jug in Northern Ireland, he went down to his stomping grounds in Dublin, and it was wild. Good stuff. Snedeker finishing up at the 9th. 123 up the hill.
Rough day for Brandt.
Yep. +6 coming in.
So back up if he's got some spin on it, and he does, and it's racing back down to that hill.
Never easy, Zing, to start with a double bogey like Snedeker did at the 10th. And Sung Kang for short range for birdie.
Well, that's a rough finish for Kang. 3-putted 16. He missed 2 really good chances here. 17 and 18.
Last season, a career best 45th in the FedEx Cup standings for Sung Kang. Kind of one of those late bloomers at the age of 32. But here is Spieth, who continues to try to put it all together.
I've got a few thoughts on Jordan. You know, when he first came out here, I mean, he was here to impress. And when things started to go bad, he now is trying to live up to, which is hard to do, the kind of record that he established early on. And it's big shoes to fill, and they're his own shoes.
You just get the feeling, though, with the competitiveness of this guy, the grit, and that's really how he built his career early on with all those majors that he won and the incredible start he had. You just get the feeling that he's going to figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
He's that kind of guy.
Just let him be young.
McIlroy's got it all figured out.
How about some highlights from round one in Mexico City? Corey Connors on the 17th tee, a par 3. Connors finished his day with a 68, and a good reason why on 17. Set up for a birdie. Rory McIlroy, the world's #1. He said he putted very well. This will be a trend. That was on 6 for a birdie. This is Bubba Watson on 18, his second shot. Keeps it low. Gets a nice bounce and run. And Bubba Watson moved up the leaderboard today as the round went on. One of the longest hitters on tour, using this elevation well. That's not the best setup for Justin Thomas, but he nearly holes it from the side of the greenside bunker on 15. Rory McIlroy with another birdie chance on number 8. From the shade to the sun to the cup. And then to number 9 for Rory. A lot of circles on the scorecard today for the world's #1. Another birdie opportunity and another circle on the scorecard for Rory, who finishes the day at 65, 6 under, leading the way. Justin Thomas and Bubba Watson at 4 back, 2 shots off the lead. 4 players, 3 shots behind Rory McIlroy, including Bryson DeChambeau, Oosthuizen, Horschel, and Corey Connors.
All right, so Justin Thomas getting ready to meet this guy, Steve Sands.
Oh, Dan Hicks, the magic of television connecting these two. That's Geronimo. He lives here in Mexico City. He's 11 years of age.
When is that? April? Yeah. You gonna be practicing, getting ready for it? Yeah. I love it, man. Thanks for coming out and supporting, dude. I appreciate it. You look like more of a golfer than all of us. You got the vest, you got the hoodie. You're official, I know.
Yes.
He's got it all. You'll be out here the rest of the week?
Yeah.
Your parents out here or anything like that? Okay, well, can you find him the next couple days and get your information and send some stuff, all right? How about school? I'll do school?
Yeah.
Not this week? You look a little under the weather? Yeah. Is that what it is? Love it. Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming out. We'll see you the rest of the week, all right?
Dan, it's more evidence of just how heroic these guys can be on the PGA Tour to their fans of any age. Just a quick story, Dan. He's 11 years of age. He's followed him every single year they have come here to Mexico City. Justin Thomas is his favorite player by far, and he said after he lost in that playoff a couple of years ago to Phil Mickelson, Geronimo cried the entire next day when he went to school. He loves Justin Thomas.
That's what it's all about, Steve. That's great stuff. Well, he's still looking for the signature. I have a feeling Justin will stop by so Geronimo waiting patiently. You'd think that Justin would have bumped him up on the list in order. There we go. He says you got to win this tournament.
Hey, Dan?
Yeah.
So Justin was talking to him. I'm not sure if you guys could hear the audio. He didn't have anything on him like a glove or a golf ball. So his father, Mike Thomas, is right there in the purple shirt. He said, find Mike tomorrow. He's my father. I will make sure I have something signed for you, whether it's a golf ball or a glove or something that you want, so you can have some memorabilia. I just don't have it on me right now.
He has made a fan for life. He was already a big fan of Jordan Spieth, but
that's good stuff.
Geronimo is Justin Thomas's biggest fan here in Mexico. That is for sure. Snedeker for birdie at the 9th. Trying to finish with something positive here. There we go. Third birdie comes at the 9th, and the final one for Snedeker. 5 over round of 76 for Brandt. Everybody chasing Rory McIlroy.
who, like Justin Thomas, would love to put this championship away. Thomas has had his opportunities. Rory has as well. Growing the game in Mexico. Justin Thomas doing his part.
Shugo Imahara on the 9th. His second shot. 3 over for the day. He's been full-time on the Japan Golf Tour since 2015. A lot of squares on the scorecard today, unfortunately. 5 bogeys today. That's on the green. Here's Kokrak. Second shot on the 9th. A little further away, double the distance, in fact. What a leaderboard this is. It's one of the best fields in golf. 42 of the top 50 in the world golf rankings are here in Mexico City, including the #1 player in the world, Rory McIlroy. He had 65 today. He has a 2-shot lead on Justin Thomas and Bubba Watson. A group of players at 3 under, 3 back. And then Patrick Reed leads the way of the players at 2 under. Abraham Answer in his home country. 1 under in the opening round, a 70 on Thursday. Bunch of players even, including Brandon Grace, Kevin Na, Sebastian Munoz in there from Colombia. Webb Simpson at 1 over with John Rahm, who had a little bit of a charge late. Rahm did today, and watch out for him as this tournament goes along. Xander Schauffele finished the day at 1 over. You just saw Kokrak. Jordan Spieth, 3 over for the day in the opening round, trying to get things going as we head into Friday. Great day for golf in Mexico City. Some of the world's best on hand for the WGC Mexico Championship, including Rory McIlroy, who put together a fantastic opening round. The tree-lined fairways will wreak havoc if you miss here at elevation. Rory didn't miss much today. He has a 2-shot lead heading into Friday. And this concludes the International Federation of PGA Tour's first round coverage of the 2020 World Golf Championships Mexico Championship from Club de Golf Chapultepec in Mexico City, Mexico.